I want to make a new backup. Give it a copy 2. Rename copy to copy 2. Normal to copy. And copy the live one. Maybe it's time to rename the project. You know, we still have it called Terrain Test. So much more than that now. There's not enough free space. Don't do this to me. Okay, this is not good. It's about to be. I'm not managing hard drive space right now. It's not what we're doing today. Is my mic on? Mic. Yep. I've got a video game tune in my head. And I don't know where it's from. Oh, I do. It's from Tower Fantasy. I had that tune in my head. Are you ready? It was like do 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 do. It's when you eat food from Mia. I remember now. I couldn't quite name the tune. Alright, let's try that back up again. Maybe I don't need 3 copies of the project on this drive. But I got nervous because things started falling apart pretty rapidly last night, but now I think we're good again. My trash can has become invisible. It's to hide away from the world. I don't know what's going on with this computer. This computer hates me. I do put it through hell, but to be fair, it also puts me through hell. So it's like a toxic relationship, me and my computer. We both kind of abuse each other. I think we probably both secretly like it. I must do because I still keep using it every day as well. Come on, I want to jump in. I want to jump into my project. I should have backed this up last night, but it was really late. I was really tired. I thought, no, I'll do it in the morning. I mean, I could, to be fair, it should be fine. I should be able to jump into the project while the copies should be fine. I've only needed to restore this once, and I didn't even restore the whole project. I restored... Oh wait, did I restore the project at one point? No, I did restore... Okay, I've restored this twice. I restored the whole project once. I can't remember what happened. And I restored the input assets things yesterday when everything broke because I followed that YouTube tutorial and it broke everything. But look at what we've achieved. Seriously, I've got shooting now. It's not very good, but we're gonna fine tune that in a second. But I've got shooting. It's so good. It will be. Right, some of the animations are still a little bit dodgy. Right, that cube, ignore that cube. That cube is to help me aim, which we're gonna work on next. Yeah. Eh,
I just want to say because I'm on the phone to Ford, you know.
yeah. No worries. I'll speak to you later. Right, there we go. So we can... They don't... So, okay, the way it works is they will go to that cube, which is mostly lined up with the crosshair, but I need to make sure that that cube stays better lined up to the crosshair. The problem with this setup, right, and this is the starter assets setup, is it's incredibly difficult to, like, get world space coordinates. And the reason why is because the cameras don't rotate. They're on this weird pivot system. It took me and ChatGPT forever just to get things to rotate, but we're finally making progress, right? So the character aims and does what Ganyu does, which is what I wanted it to do. So she'll rotate along the x-axis, she'll rotate left and right as we aim, which is perfect. Even that was a fucking mission. But she doesn't rotate up and down if we look up and down, but I need to also fine-tune that camera because it's not quite what I want, but it's close enough now. Obviously she's got a bow. She has a, there you go, bow fire animation, and then an arrow shoots off. And at the moment the arrow shoots to the cube, so the problem is it looks like it's not lined up, right? Because it looks like it's way too far left of the reticle. But it's not, it's because that cube is quite far away. So we need to take the Z distance into account. I've just fallen off the cliff. I can't get back up. And she looks like she's got an arrow stuck in her arm. But no, that's because we haven't made that invisible yet. That's basically her next arrow that she's going to shoot. So she loads a new arrow. Okay, we've got some balloons here. So okay, when I line these balloons up, for example. So at the moment, if I try and shoot these balloons, right, and let's say I'm too far away, it's going to shoot it at the cube. And then they're going to fall down. You'll see them fall. There it goes. It fell down. So what happened there is it didn't get as far as the balloon because the cube's in front of the balloon. So obviously for this shot, the cube would need to be behind those balloons. And a similar thing happens. Okay, that was a little animation glitch. We can fix that later. The same thing happens if the cube is miles behind the balloon. Now this might actually work. Yeah, I don't really know where that went. Because it's too far left because it thinks it's got a lot further to go before getting to the balloon. So it looks dreadful, but I don't think it's that bad. I think now it's just the distance coordinate we need to fix. So what I've done yeah, so these here are a raycast that gets fired using the aim camera. So the aiming camera can detect colliders on real world game objects. Now, even that was a pain in the ass to get working. Because these Cine machines don't support any real world coordinate things. I don't know why they made the starter assets so complicated. Like, it almost feels like they're trying to deter people from using Unity, honestly, at this point. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. I really don't. Okay, so what I need to do now, I think, but it's not always going to be the Z coordinate unless it would be a local Z coordinate. Because we've got local and world space, maybe locally. I don't know if it's always going to be the coordinate. I think I need to calculate the direction. I have no idea how I'm going to do this. Right, well, we can use, okay, we should be able to use the same kind of trick we used for shooting the arrows. I had to ditch the physics system. I could not get the physics system to work at all, so I took physics off the arrows, and now we just use this raw code. It gives me so much more control over it. Okay, But it's also not that simple, I don't think. But fuck it, the first thing I need to do, because I'm going to need to put some distance between it and the object, so I can't just teleport the cube to the object. But I think that should be my first step. So I would think, like, okay, that's a quick test. I would think that what I should be doing, I don't have that object referenced either, do I? So I need the game object reference. So we'll call it aiming cube, and we'll go and grab that, which is on the player armature transform.find. I think it's called aiming cube. No, dot game object, you piece of shit. Can you? Let me check that. Oh no, it's on the player camera root. Aim target, it's called. So it's called aim target, and also it's on another child object called aim player camera root. Player camera root. Okay. So we reference the game object, and then just as a quick test now, just to make sure that we're on the right track, if I take the aiming cube, well, I need a new vector 3. That's not how you spell vector 3. Okay, now we'll get somewhere. Okay, so, and I'll just say for now, collider. So we need a collider object, don't we? So hit.collider name. So hit is the collider that was hit. So we want hit. I thought we could say hit.game object. Hit.collider dot game object. Hit it when it does that. Dot transform dot position. Why doesn't it like that? Why doesn't it like that? Get the game. We've got a game object. We're transforming. We've got a position, which is a vector 3. What? Oh, because we set it up. Okay, I think it needs 3 values. Oh my god, seriously, you're gonna make me type all X, Y, and Z. Couldn't we just say... Yeah. Okay, in that case, if we say game objects, I could do transform. We'll get its transform, new transform equals that. Well, that specifically. Oh, come on, seriously. Thank you. Okay, and then, because then we can say new transform position dot x new transform. Yeah, actually that makes more sense, because then we can fiddle with these individual axes, which we'll need to do, because like I say, I want it slightly behind the object, because if we splat the aiming cube directly in the middle of the object, let's say you're walking towards the object, right? Then, or the object's walking, not either you're backing away from the object, or the object is backing away from you, for example. then they will move beyond the bounds of the cube, and what will happen is your arrow will shoot where the cube was when the arrow was fired, but the target's moved since then. So it will get right up close to them. It'll be like the Matrix. The arrow would get right up close to them and then just drop down and not actually hit them. That would be very frustrating to see. So that's why I want it slightly behind the object. But for now, I just want to make sure that works. I have a feeling this is going to go... It's going to go south very quickly. Okay, we'll see. Okay, that angel statue has a collider on it. I don't think that worked. Yeah, I don't actually think it's moving. Okay, we're getting a lot of debug messages that are flooding the console. Let me just get rid of these debug messages. Not anymore. Find out what's actually going on. It's detecting the collider, but it's not moving the cube. I wonder why. We're not getting any errors. Also, we can tidy that console up and we can say, is the collider name different from the last collider name? Because if it's not, then just don't post it, and then we won't flood the console. Make it easier for me to debug. Maybe it is working, kind of. Oh, wait a minute. Our aiming system isn't working properly. Oh, god damn it. Good morning, Trish. How are you? ChatGPT didn't fix this last night. I thought it did. Because those balloons have colliders on them, so they should be registering, and they're not. You son of a bitch! So I'm still one thing further back than I thought I was. Please, no. This fucking project, I swear to God, I wish I'd just started everything on my own from scratch. Like, the biggest struggles of this project is using Unity's own assets because they're an absolute joke. They really are. If I was using just standard assets... Okay, the red line... Okay, you see where that red line's pointing? Yeah, so it kind of looks like it's almost working. It should be lined up with that white cube, but it's pointing way up above it. Okay, maybe that's because... Yeah, it's nowhere near that cube. This isn't working at all. Oh no, I was so sure this was working. I think it does work at first, so then that makes me wonder what's going on there. Like, I wonder if it's pointing upwards because we started at a high point up here, and so it needs updating or something as I descend. I don't know. Where am I? Need to find myself so I can see what's going on. Okay, so when I aim, yeah, the red line should pretty much follow the cube. Now the cube is slightly out of alignment. Yeah, no, it's not even working up here. That red line is like off on its own. Its own tangent, literally. Oh, Unity, why did you make this system so confusing? But it kind of looked like it was working last night because it was detecting the objects with the colliders pretty accurately. But now that I see what it's actually doing, yeah, that's not right at all. It should be rotating with the character. Right, so we need to go back a step then. We need to go back a step. Oh, I hate it when this happens. It's fine. It's not. There's nothing to do about it. Right, let me see the character. Because Sadie... Okay, Sadie rotates... Because we eventually managed to get Sadie to rotate. That took fucking forever. But I'm wondering if I let ChatGPT know... Because I haven't a fucking clue what I'm doing. I mean, ChatGPT doesn't... Like, it takes many attempts for ChatGPT to get it right. But eventually it does make progress once I start. Yeah, okay, so Sadie has a rotation value, and I wonder if we can use that to fire the ray. Gregor's man, hello, Mr. Capital Letters. You're very excitable. Very excitable. I like that. I'm depressed now. I thought I had one part of this working last night very late because it looked like it was working, but it turns out it's not. Right, let me just see if we can get some help. Okay, amazing. That seems to be working. I'm so pleased. Glad to hear it. Bad news. It's not working. Unfortunately, the ray... Okay, after further testing, the ray appears to not be quite in sync. Let me see. Does the position of the cube change? Thank you very much for joining. Oh, well, you subbed as well with Prime. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Does that make it better? What, the caps? Of course it does. Wakes me up. I literally just woke up as well. Right, so I have a cube, which is supposed to be like my aiming cube. Does that rotate? I mean, I know it rotates, but there's a lot of things that rotate, right? But they don't rotate, if that makes sense. Because I'm using Unity's built in, and I really wish I hadn't. I really, really wish I hadn't. It's a nightmare. But yeah, I'm using their starter assets pack. The problem is the camera never ever rotates. It's always aiming at 0, 0, 0, and it's on some kind of like pivoting system, which makes it do that. And that's what's making this whole project so difficult. But as I have managed to get... Now, this isn't perfect. Let me show you this. So I made a cube called aim target because this was supposed to help me aim, because shooting these arrows was just trying to get them to actually go where the reticle is just like a mission impossible. So I put a real world game object and tried to line it up with the reticle as best I can. As you can see, it's not perfect. It's a bit too high there. It's a bit too low there. But like, you know, this is the best I've been able to achieve so far. And then my arrows actually just shoot towards that cube. And I thought, okay, if I can just get that cube now to come closer to me or further away, almost like an autofocus on a camera, as soon as I detect a shootable object, move it to that position, I think these arrows should pretty much hit their target. So it's almost like having an auto aim. So let's say I wanted to shoot that tree, for example. You can see there the tree's showing up in the debug. Well, let's see if I line the cube up with a tree. It should bounce off the tree, right? Yeah, even that didn't work. But I feel like that would be a step closer to what I'm trying to achieve anyway. So where are these arrows going? It doesn't even look like the arrows are going to the middle of the cube. Where the hell are these arrows actually going? They should bounce off that tree, right? Is it the left side of the cube? These arrows they just go wherever they want. They're very independent arrows. What can I say? It's my first time ever trying to do shooting in a video game. Can I just raycast and then fire the arrow at the hit location? Well, yeah, this is the issue though. So both me and ChatGPT, now I don't know. I mean, I've used raycasting before, But raycasting, the problem with raycasting is to do it the normal way, because the camera never rotates. I try and raycast from the camera and it just points to 0, 0, 0. So what you'll see in the scene here, yeah, these are my cameras here, and you'll see that they never ever rotate. Where is it? So I'm using my aim camera specifically for this because I have two different cameras. So let's say I aim. This is my aim camera. Its rotation is constantly at 0, 0, 0, even as I look around the map. And you can kind of see that its transforms just point the same way. And I think it's because it's pivoted by that player camera route. So the way I got that cube to sort of line up with my reticle as best I can is I've parented it to player camera route, because player camera route does rotate, and I think it's those rotations that drive the position of my camera. It's also incredibly confusing. So when we did a raycast last night, everything like that ray, the red ray that you're seeing right now, which is my raycast, it would only point to 0, 0, 0. So me and ChatGPT tried all kinds of things last night. This was the best result we've had so far, where it said we could try and do something. I can't remember what it said we should do. But it tried like a normalized ray directional, all kinds of stuff that I've never even heard of. And I thought it was working last night, but sadly, as you can see, it's still not actually pointing where the cube is. It's kind of off on its own tangent. I'll just say they are ghost arrows. I mean, I did expect this to be kind of difficult. I didn't expect it to be that easy, because I know how hard it is just to rotate a goddamn object in Unity sometimes and have it point at something. I just don't have that much practice with it. Like, I have a lot of experience with a lot of the other things, like animations. I'm not too bad at moving things now. Rotations always drive me insane. Like, they're just so complicated. But I'm also very, very stubborn, so I'll try anything and everything to get this to work. But it is frustrating at times. Arrows don't give a damn. Can you add an empty game object to the player camera route and then get the rotation of that? Yeah, so that's what I did here, as best I could. So aim target is a parent of camera route. Oh, interestingly, that also doesn't rotate. And I think that's the problem. So it doesn't, yeah, that object also doesn't rotate. But it did give me, like I said, it's kind of given me like a somewhat unreliable aiming object in real space to sort of aim towards, which is where these arrows are supposed to fly towards. I don't know why she does that sometimes. She jolts forward when she shoots. I don't know. That's something I'll need to look at as well. I do like her rotation's great though. ChatGPT really helped me with that. So what's nice is she will rotate to the reticle. So if I aim, so she's facing up to the camera right now. So if I go into aim mode, I'm actually aiming behind her, right? Let's say there was an enemy here right now behind me. So as soon as I aim, she turns around, which is nice. Now even that took forever to get that to work. And she does rotate with the camera as I aim. Yeah, that was very hard. Oh, it's great. Look at that. When a walking animation kicks in and she's aiming. I'm really proud of that. But then she doesn't stop. I need to fix that. She doesn't go back into her idle. Okay, we'll fix that. Even better, get the forward direction of the player camera route. See, okay, I would, like I say, I'm so inexperienced at that kind of stuff. I wouldn't even know where to start. We might even be doing that in the code that ChatGPT said, but Well, Sadie, okay, Sadie does rotate now because it took us a while to get that to work, but Sadie does rotate now, and but I don't think she faces that cube directly. I don't know, she might do. So maybe I should look at the code that ChatGPT gave me to get that to work. That took many, many attempts, by the way. Yeah, she's not coming out of her animations properly. I need to fix that. But that's a small thing. I'm not worried about that just yet. Oh god, I'm trying to think. Where was that? Right, that was this bit here. Yeah, so that's exactly what we did, it looks like. Okay, so we made a vector 3 called camera forward, and then track object is, I believe I set that to be either the camera root or the aim target. Let me check. What did I make that? Track object. Aiming camera. Is it a public? Yeah. Okay, there you go. I got play camera root. Okay, so it looks like that makes her face towards the camera root, which looks like that. Okay, so I think you might be right there, Gregor's man. But how do I? Okay, so how do I do that then? What would I write? I mean, it's fine. I can work with ChatGPT because I don't want to harass like real world people unless unless you want to help me with it. But I'm just so I'm just so rusty on stuff like ray casting. Like normally, all I need to do is say ray forward, and I copy a little bit of code from some website, and it normally just works. But like I say, in this case, I think because the camera doesn't rotate, it's causing these issues. Hmm. And where would I shoot the ray from? Probably my camera, wouldn't I? Let's see if I can figure this out. So when we did a rotation, we used a vector 3 camera forward, which was the play camera root transform dot forward. Then we did some strange things with Y and X because I only wanted it to rotate left and right, but this time I'll want it to rotate exactly with the camera. So I already have a camera forward vector 3 then, don't I? I don't know whether I should delete that or not. Okay, what I'll do, I'll make a backup of this code in Notepad just in case anything goes wrong. Alright, we'll keep that in case we need to revert. For now, let's just hack away at this. So this was last night's raycast. There, which isn't working properly. Yeah, okay, so I already have the ray okay, I already have a raycast set up. So now I need to it needs two things. It wants a ray and a ray length. Let's look at that code again. How does that work? Okay, so ray is a new ray, and we can set a position and a direction. Create a ray with the position and direction in local space of play camera root. So I guess we can keep that because that's probably what we want to do, isn't it? Right now it's forgotten what play camera root is, but we use didn't we do camera forward? I've also got a variable called track object. So I could just say track object dot position. I suppose it wants transform position. Okay, that works. So you need a position to start the way from, and then the direction will be the camera forward, which you already have calculated. Oh, okay, so camera forward here then. Camera forward. Ah, ooh, oh my god. Imagine if it was that easy, one line. Right, now it wants a rail length. So in my previous code, I remember having that as like an F value somewhere. Yeah, there it is. I had it set to 500, which I don't know whether that's right or not, but I'll just, for now. Alright, let's see what happens. Rare. Okay, so just before we run it. So there you go. That's what I've got. I don't know whether that's right. But I think so, because track object is the root. So we're saying track object's camera position and camera forward is the direction which you said we already calculated up here. Yeah, track object transformed up forward. But my brain's just trying to figure that out. Wouldn't that be, if that's in front of the camera, wouldn't its forward position be looking at us from itself? I don't know whether that's right or backwards. I have no idea. I suppose we could probably reverse that though, right? If need be. I don't know. I really don't know that much about raycasting, I gotta be honest. Oh! Okay, where's the red line? Right, yeah, that ray's... Okay, that ray's too short. I think that was my original ray length. Let me just make that a bit bigger. It's kind of hard to see where it's going. Let me make it 5,000. Stick another 0 on. If in doubt, stick another 0 on. I think that was looking promising though. So that should be going from the camera, which I think it is. Oh yeah, I was looking at the red. Okay, yeah, the problem is I was looking at the red line that comes off. I don't know what that is as well, right? Oh, actually, maybe that was... Because I noticed there's a short red line as well that comes off Sadie, right? As she's rotating with the camera. That's probably the code that ChatGPT wrote to get it to face... to rotate with the... Because that one looks really promising, but that it's also not long enough. And it's... But where's the one we just made? I don't even see it. I don't see it. Did I do something wrong? Just try changing the color. Change it to blue. Oh, did I remove... Oh, did I remove debug? No, I've got debug. Yeah, I think... No, I know what happened. I removed my debug.log draw ray. That's why. Here we go. Draw ray. Can we just draw the ray we just made? That's weird. Why does debug.log draw ray? Okay, so that was my old code for drawing the ray, so I can see what's happening. But wouldn't we just draw... Can't we just draw that ray that we just made? I don't understand. Can we just say draw ray? Just use the same variables for your other way. So we want track object.transform position here then. I don't. Comma camera forward. That's what we've got up there. cannot convert vector 3 to color. What? Ah, okay, it doesn't like that. It wants what? It's now. It just wants one though. So what does it do for the direction? I don't get it. I am so confused. Why is draw ray different from creating a new ray? Wouldn't it take the same? Oh no, because they're ray.origin. I'm being a dum-dum. I'm being a dum-dum. So we want that there, and then we want camera forward there, I think. Yeah, I thought that, I didn't notice that ray origin was, yeah, okay, so that should be the same as that, right? So this should let us see it. We'll leave it red. Red should be fine. Yeah, thanks, man. For some reason, I thought that ray to origin was something to do with like setting up the ray or something. But yeah, I need to just open my eyes sometimes. Yeah, okay, so what I see in the debug now should be the same as what that's doing as well, shouldn't it? Okay, is it just really short? Because I do see a second line there. I see one here and I see one here. If it's that short one, then I think we could be looking good, but I just need it to be longer then. Let me just make it blue. I'm not seeing clearly what the hell. Blue. Make it blue. Make it really long. Can we not set its length in here? How do you change its length? Let's put that length up there. Draw ray, start vector, vector direction, and color. Doesn't have a length, but it does say +3 overloads. I don't know if we can make it longer. So it's rotating around one direction, but not up and down. I couldn't even see it, to be honest. Just times the camera forward by 100. So, oh, camera forward by 100. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Right, let's have a look. I'm struggling to see what it's doing. I think what's confusing me as well is that little, because we've got a little raycast debug on the character as it rotates, and it's the same color. That's why I've just changed the color and see if that makes it easier for me to see. Yeah, now I'm seeing a blue light. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, you're right. So it doesn't rotate up and down. Wow, you must have good eyes. I couldn't even see that. But she is, yeah, you're doing wow, just straight away as well, your first suggestion. Right, it's still not quite lined up with the cube, but it's a lot closer than anything else I've ever gotten so far. Why is this so goddamn difficult? Is it always at the same offset of the cube? You would expect it to be, wouldn't you? Yeah, it seems to be slightly left of that cube. I suppose, oh, maybe this is another thing that's throwing me off, is I suppose when that's the kind of view that I normally get when I'm looking at the character in aiming mode. But in reality, it's off to the left slightly because I think that angle there makes it kind of makes it look slightly off. I suppose I could put like an angle adjust, right? Have like an angle adjust so I can calibrate it or something. I don't know. God, this is so difficult. But yeah, that's very close. So I definitely feel like we're getting somewhere. If I can like just maybe fine tune it. I mean, even that cube's not ideal. It's not. You see what I mean? It's like it's slightly off to the right now, and it seems to sort of shift a little bit the more I rotate. I don't think that's a very reliable target for me to aim at either. And if I walk forward, like it's just, I don't know. It's not. I've tried to do a million ways to try and raycast from that reticle in the on the canvas, but I can't figure that out unless you know how to do that. I just don't know. I'm so lost. I've never done anything like this before. Well, I kind of have. Like I've done, like I say, no, I've done like a raycast forward from the camera, and then I can sort of hit a collider so that I can interact with things. That's about as far as I've done, but it's never been this bloody complicated. Camera photo times 100. Yeah, can you show your hierarchy of the player? Yeah. Okay, so I'm using Unity's evil standard assets third person armature because I thought, well, that should be pretty, because I know it's pretty good. It has a nice camera system, it has lots of options. And story goes that, you know, you get rid of this guy, which I've done. I just made his armature mesh. I just made that invisible. And then I dropped my character model, my FBX, as a child of him. So she goes where he goes. Lined it all up, which gives me the illusion that I've made my own character controller. I've actually put my own animation system in, my own little state machine thing for animation, which is all part of this. But yeah, I mean, she's not quite a 0, 0. That used to be 0. I'll leave that as it is just for now. But yeah, she's pretty much 0, 0, 0 from where he is. He's not a 0, 0, 0, but I suppose that shouldn't matter. Yeah, and that's just like a Genesis figure that's been imported in with all the bones and meshes and things. I've added a couple of things like the bone arrows. I did a head raycast. So I used that for detecting cliffs because I'm gonna have cliff climbing and stuff. So that was pretty easy to do a raycast on. The problem is that I don't think it's gonna work for aiming because what I did, I just stuck it on the front of her head. So that's basically shooting her out at the front just so that she can see. Yeah, basically that was just so I could detect whether there was a cliff face in front of me that I can attempt to climb. And I've put that to the side for now because that was proving to be a nightmare as well. So yeah, anything like this is fine, like doing a basic raycast on, but this camera system, Jesus Christ. And aim target is your cube. Yes, so this is part of the armature system already. And then because I noticed that play camera root was rotating as I rotated the camera, yeah, as an experiment, I created an empty 3D cube, saw that it was rotating around with the camera and thought, oh, okay, maybe we can line this up with our reticle, you know, to, I don't know, to make some progress. And it has been helpful because we use that, like I say, we use that to get the character to rotate whilst aiming, which is nice. So we made some progress. Well, no, we didn't use that actually, did we? We used the camera root itself. Yeah, so to be fair, I don't think that aim target, the only thing it does right now, honestly, is it just sends these arrows towards it. Because that's the best result I've been able to get so far, having the arrows go anywhere near where the reticle is. I think I'm out of my depth, to be honest. Can you click on play camera root and then play the game so I can see its rotational values? Yeah. So don't forget as well, there's like 2 cameras here, so I don't know whether that confuses things. Because what I do is, you'll notice I have a virtual camera called Play Follow Camera, and then I made one called Play Aim Camera, which I switch on and mess with its settings just to sort of put the character into an aim mode. I don't know whether those values differ from... I don't know, they should both be following the same target though, so I think they should work very similar to each other. Let's see. Does the play aim camera rotate? I don't think so. I think it's always 0, 0, 0. Yeah. Yeah, and when you see it in the scene, it's really bizarre. That's it there in the scene. So I assume the other camera icon is the camera root, but I don't know about that actually. And those 2 objects, I'm pretty sure they determine what position it should be in relative to each other, but I don't even know whether that's true. Is that the camera root? Oh god, that's even more strange. The camera root is at pretty much where my character is, and it does rotate. I mean, that must be driving those cameras, right? It's like determining their position, I think. It confuses the hell out of me. I don't know why Unity would do this and then call it starter assets. You know, like, hey, jump into Unity and use our frankly easy to use starter assets that will break your brain. Totally have. Yeah, I do kind of... I feel like at this point, if I'd have just built my own... Because I've done that before. I've built my own, like, character controller. Made my own little camera systems. At this point, I'm starting to feel like, God, if I'd have just done that, I think I'd probably be further forward at this point now. Because I've wrestled with these things so much. But, I don't know, I kind of feel like, no, you know, I should learn these new Cinemachine things and these character controllers and, you know, try and use the new stuff. But I do wonder if it's worth it ultimately. But yeah, I mean, most of the way this is set up is exactly how this asset pack comes. And that's the other thing that I find really, really strange is no matter how many forums you read online, how many YouTube videos you watch, how many times you ask ChatGPT, like it almost feels like the way this is set up is so unconventional and so like out of the ordinary that like nobody has a clue. And then that just makes me think, yeah, but this is how the pack comes. It's just bizarre. Like the only thing I did pretty much is on these virtual cameras, I said it's a 3rd person follow. Yeah, that's basically it. Added some noise to it. And this is how it rigs itself up automatically. So I would think since this pack's been out for like quite a few years now, I don't know, I just would have expected better documentation or at least more people to understand how to... Or even Unity, give us some goddamn functions we can use, you know, to do these calculations. It just feels like they're not very friendly to use. Yeah, I don't even know where to go from here. And the problem is as well when I'm trying to ask ChatGPT, like it's even difficult for me to kind of understand because ChatGPT is great when you give it enough context, but even I'm kind of shady on like foggy on the context, you know. So the way it normally goes is I'll say, "Oh, hey, how can I aim, how can I shoot a projectile to the reticle in the center of my screen?" It'll give me some code, and just none of it works with this project. And then I'll say, okay, this is happening, and then it'll be like, oh, well, that's strange. And well, tell me the rotation of this. And then when I explain that my rotations are all zero, it's like, oh, well, that's weird. And it's like ChatGPT doesn't really know how this works, and I think that's the problem. Is like the things it's telling me to do probably normally do work on normal cameras, but they don't work on these. And it's just like like it seems to take like 6 back and forths before we even begin to understand how this is set up. So it's difficult for me to know what kind of questions to ask. It's like, I mean, I do make it clear that I'm using this camera root system, but then it'll say something like, oh, we'll get the component camera. And it's like, well, it doesn't have a camera component because it's a Cinemachine virtual camera. And then I'm just like, oh God, it still thinks we're working with normal cameras. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of frustrating. Yeah, I'm the same. Honestly, I've tried ChatGPT. I've never had it write good code. It helps because I'm still learning. It helps me think about things in a different way. But yeah, more times than not, it'll give me the wrong code or it'll misunderstand. And sometimes that's not my fault. Sometimes I'm clear about something and it'll be like, oh, here. And sometimes it'll tell me about components that don't exist or properties that don't exist on certain components. But yeah, if you wrestle with it enough, like sometimes I'm just so stuck that like, yeah, I just don't know where to go. So like, so it has helped me with some basic things, but anything that gets a bit more complicated, normally it's not that helpful. But it's another tool in my tool belt. I just wish it was a better one. But I don't think it's ChatGPT's fault. I feel like ChatGPT, like I'll tell you what, like I keep fantasizing that we could have a ChatGPT built into Unity that literally could say, okay, let me just take a look at your setup here, and it could look at these components and understand how they work then. Like I genuinely think because I think a lot of the problem with ChatGPT is it just doesn't have enough context. So I think if you put that technology directly into Unity and gave it access to your assets, maybe you'd have to approve that or whatever if you were worried about privacy or whatever. But yeah, I genuinely feel like if you put that kind of technology, which I think will happen in the future, we can have like a little assistant in Unity that's like ChatGPT, but it can look at your setup. I think it would be freaking amazing. I think it would be like, oh yeah, okay, so here's the deal, you know what I mean? But when you're trying to just explain it in a few lines of text and it can't see your project and you don't really know what you're doing and yeah, it's a tedious, long back and forth that doesn't always give good results, I think. But given that this is a very early version of it, I think it's got great potential. Definitely. I discovered I would spend more time fighting it than I would. Yeah, same. But then I think about it, and that's usually what happens in Google as well, right? Is I'll Google something, and the thing that drives me crazy about Google is it gives you the most popular answer. The problem with the most popular answer is it's normally like 11 years old. So you're looking at the popular answer that's had 60,000 views, and then you're reading it, and then you look for this solution, and it just doesn't exist because it's been updated that many times since that used to be the solution. Do you see what I'm saying? So what I find myself doing in Google a lot is saying, okay, give me results from the last year, and trying to sort of filter out the answers sometimes because it's just not giving me up-to-date information. And then, of course, all of that information is probably what ChatGPT was trained on, so a lot of that is out of date. So, yeah, it's the old garbage in, garbage out scenario, It's like, if you have better ways of filtering the information and giving, getting the context that you're looking for, you can get a lot better results. Also, ChatGPT was only trained up until 2019, so anything that's happened after that doesn't understand. Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah, I think it says on the website somewhere. It does somewhere. Yeah. And this is the other thing. I don't know whether to continue this. I feel like maybe I should, if it'll let me, to continue this conversation so it has all of this context. Probably would be the better way to do it, or just start again from scratch. The problem is I feel like if I start again from scratch, we're going to be, we're going to go through the usual thing where it's like, oh, here, just cast a ray forward, and then I'm like, yeah, great, that points at 0, 0, 0. Oh, really? Oh, give me some deeper. And it's just by, it's just like you feel like you're just going round in circles. And it's not ChatGPT's fault, because it's amazing that this thing is free. The amount of compute power and resources this must take. It's amazing that we have anything like this for free right now. So yeah, you can't expect it to remember everything about you. The millions of users. But yeah, I think that also makes it very limited. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to do. And I can't even, like, I've thought about what am I using as the input system. So it should just be the standard new input system. Let me see. Which is also a pain. Oh, God, I struggled so long to find a way to just read inputs. It took me 4.5 hours yesterday just to find an answer. This included me watching 2 YouTube tutorials, reading dozens of forums, all of Unity's documentation on it, and asking GPT about 40 questions. And in the end, I accidentally stumbled upon the solution myself. And I just thought, Jesus Christ, why is this so, like, oh, it's so convoluted. I can't believe it. Yeah, so, okay, I'm using this player input here, which has a little settings asset. I have all my controls set up in here. Yeah, and like I said, it took me 4.5 hours to learn how to read these actions in code and then listen for their inputs. And I ended up stumbling upon the solution myself with all the ways I tried to find the answer. I never found the answer. I stumbled upon the answer myself. And that, God, that wound me up. 4.5 hours that took. It's ridiculous. It's one of those things though, like, well, once you know how to do it, like, yeah, it should be fine. But yeah, I deeply regret using the starter assets pack for this project. I feel like at this point, it's just hindering me from making progress. And I even wonder if I should just ditch the entire camera system. I'm happier with the input system now that I've kind of gotten used to it, because that's all I really needed to do was to be able to read the inputs, which I now know how to do. But this Cinemachine camera thing, Jesus, I don't think it's worth it. We also have this main camera here. I don't even know what that is. Is that what we're seeing? Yeah. Wait, could we... Should we be raycasting from the main camera, maybe? That's something I never even considered. I forgot about that main camera until I just saw it now. Like, maybe... So what does main camera show when I go into aim mode? Does it switch to... Yeah, it does. So main camera is... So these are like almost like instructions for this then, I guess. So maybe we should be running the script on main camera. So I was running it on player aim camera because I only wanted it to happen when the player aims. But maybe I should be drawing the ray from main camera, because that rotates. Oh, I bet I'm onto something. I bet I'm onto something. Oh, you think you have it working? Can I post the link? Oh, yes, please. And thank you, by the way. I really appreciate your help. Because I am, oh, good old paste bin. Okay, vector 3, camera direction, camera main, transform forward. Is that the same thing that I was just saying? These 3 lines should give you the facing direction of the camera. So is that, just out of curiosity, is that doing what I just noticed there? Is that going to get this main camera? Because, yeah, I just, like, it's strange. I only just noticed that and thought, oh, could we do that? Okay, so these 3 lines. So should I just ditch this now? Okay. Let me see what you wrote before, because I might need some of those things. Right, let me see what you actually wrote. 3 lines you wrote. So we got a vector 3, cam direction. Right, wait, hang on, let's see, what did we do? That's transform. Project unplanned. Then you can use that value as part of your raycast. Okay, so we need this for our raycast setup. Okay. So I'll put this underneath length. Right, what is project unplanned? Because it's saying vector 3 does not contain a definition for project unplanned. Yeah, you basically only need to get the camera direction for your project. So camera main, transform forwards. Remove the second 2 lines. Okay. And then use camera direction instead of camera forward, I'm guessing. Let's try that. I'm feeling hopeful. Yeah, I've never even considered it until just now. It's like, oh my god, there's actually another camera here. And I'm like, wait. Don't tell me. Anyway, it's a learning experience. Yes, great. It's also a balding experience. The amount of hair I've tore out. It's rotating with the camera! It's rotating with the camera! You are a genius. Okay, it's rotating with the camera, so now I think all I need to do is kind of line it up a bit better, right? Because I think, and I don't know why, I guess it might be because my cube is off. Well, I know my cube is off, to be honest. Ah, there we go. Right, I'm trying to see exactly where it goes. See if we can get a better idea of exactly where that goes. See, again, it's kind of misleading as well. The problem is this is roughly the angle that I see it from as the player, which is a bit misleading, because when you actually like sort of line yourself up with it, yeah, it's shooting to the left of that cube. However, that cube is not entirely accurate, for one. Yeah, and I imagine I could just do like a little bit of an angle adjust, right? By using a variable or something to like calibrate that. Yeah, I mean the cube's X and Y, like X axis seems pretty accurate. The problem is, for some reason, it bounces up and down away from the reticle. So again, right? Doesn't that mean if I parent it to the main camera, it will rotate with the main camera, right? Prayers were finally answered. I know. You can move the start location if you need to, and if you need to adjust the angle, you can just add a value to the X, Y, or Z of the camera forward vector. Nice. Yeah, so if I just do like a float adjust angle, thank you so much. This is really helping me out. Hello, Electors. Right, okay. I'm feeling hopeful, but another thing I just thought of, let's see if this is gonna work. Let's get rid of my aim target and let's make a new one. I think now that we've found this little trick, I'm gonna call it new aim target. Surely this is going to, I don't know why it's trying to look at a butt. Why are you looking at, why are you being a perv Unity? What are you doing? I don't know what's happening. Wait, why can't I move? Oh, I'm in game view, that's why. There we go. Yeah, and this thing is jittering all over the place because it's must be controlled by the Cinemachine thing. Yep, let me grab it at least. Stay still! I can't even... Okay, I can't actually grab it. Oh, I'm on the camera, that's why. Right, okay, what if I disable the camera? No, if I disable the camera, I'll lose the cube. Yeah, but I can move the cube temporarily and then re-enable the camera. God, this is awkward. Oh, it's not jittering anymore. Yeah, it's probably because it has a collider on it and it was like colliding. I don't know. I didn't know it did stuff like that in the editor. Right, is that in front of my camera? Test 1. Is that in front of my camera? Should be. Yeah. And it rotates perfectly with the camera. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Holy shitbags. We got a better new aim target here. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Right, so if we move that like back here or whatever. Okay, I can't really see what that looks like. Where'd it go? Did I move it too far? Oh no, there it is. Oh my god, that is locked on perfect now. Okay, this is a much better object to use. So if I shoot my arrows at that instead, that's going to be better for one. And then all I need to do is use that raycast that you just helped me with. I say all I need to do, like this is going to be easy. Right, detect my collider with a raycast, and then move the cube's distance to just behind the target that I'm shooting at. That way it's like an auto focus for a camera, I guess. You know, it's like it's going to tell the arrows how close or far away to shoot. That's my theory in my head. Now I just have to get it to work. Good luck with that. Okay, so new aim target. Goodbye, old aim target. The issue is, okay, let's find out where all the places where our code breaks. Yeah, also I don't want a collider on that. Hi, this is Greg, Captain. No reference exception. Yeah, this is what I want, just so I know where it's referenced. Okay, so the first place it's referenced is player camera route, transform, find, aim target. Okay, well now we're saying find main camera, transform.find, new aim targets. New aim targets. Oh wow. So again, this is exactly a good example of how like that was me just missing something really obvious. So then it's like it makes sense why I've struggled so much, because the things I've been searching for are like kind of too far away from what I really should be looking at. It's like that old expression of can't see the wood for the trees, right? And I think that's where a lot of the problems come from. But like, it's just a shame that, like, you know, I don't know, ChatGPT couldn't be like, oh well, hey, you know, this system has a main camera, you know, duh, you idiot, why don't you use that? But it never did. It just kept leading me in all kinds of directions. Okay, I'm feeling hopeful. Okay, no reference. It's fine. Okay, once again, main camera. I should just copy this, shouldn't I? Main camera. New target. It's fine. I'll do them all manually just to make sure I don't screw anything up. Okay. We also had one down here. Are you going to stay in my debug, or are you going to disappear? Okay, you stayed. Oh, that was the same line. Okay. Okay, when I shoot an arrow, it's probably gonna... Oh no, it's, so do they now have that reference? So I only referenced that twice. It still looks like the worst aim ever, and it probably is, to be fair. How far away is that cube? That cube might be too... I meant to do that. I was testing. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay, so the next thing I need to do then is line that ray up, right? So if we do... Where are we shooting? God, I'm so lost. We're shooting the aim from here, right? I think we are. Oh, I've got an adjust angle. So the thing is, I've got an adjust angle value that I thought I would have needed to use to get the character to rotate the way I wanted. But then, strangely enough, it happened to be exactly right without me needing to use it. So I'll just use that variable for the raycast. Okay, so it's slightly to the left, right? What did you say in your earlier comment? If I want to adjust the angle, I can add a value to the X, Y, or Z of the camera forward vector. Okay. Camera forward vector. Okay, so cam direction. Okay, so I can say cam direction equals cam direction plus adjust angle. Will that work? No, I need to specify which. Okay, cam direction equals new vector 3. I think it's the X. I don't know, I always get mixed up with these values. Well, we'll soon find out. So existing cam direction. So cam direction. What is that? Vector 3 dot x plus adjust angle, comma cam direction dot y, comma cam direction dot z. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, let's see what happens. That might not be the right axis, but we'll soon find out, I guess. So aim, debug. Okay, so if I adjust that. Yeah, there we go. Hee hee! Alright, so I just need to... Yeah, I suppose the only issue is that always going to be the same adjustment? Like, if that cube is closer or further away, is it gonna... Right, I need it in the middle of the cube. I do think that cube's a bit too far away as well. Okay, so before we do this, that doesn't feel like a good starting place for the aimer. Alright, I'm going to move that aimer a little bit closer. So at the moment it's 18.9 in the Z. Let's make it 15. Okay, I'll make it 15. And then do that lining up. Okay, I can trick this into staying in aiming mode. Oh no, I don't... No, yeah, I can, because I just disabled this script, and that's not the script that's drawing the line, so we should be fine. The script that's drawing the line is on aim camera. There we go. Alright, let's have a look at the cube. Stupid statue in my way. There we go. Alright, are we ready? Woohoo! Okay, that's woo, very sensitive. Middle of the cube is what we want. It's going to be a very small amount. 0.6. Okay, maybe not that small. 9. 11. 55. Oh, too much. 50. 45. Oh, I think that's the one. Looks like the middle of the cube to me. 45. Maybe we need to do an adjust angle in the Y as well. We really want this to be accurate. Yeah, because it looks a little bit low to me. Okay, so 0.045. .045. I'm probably going to lose this now. .045. Because I'm going to do an adjust angle X, and now I'm going to do an adjust angle Y. Oh yeah, that was when we were gonna... Yeah, that was when I thought I was gonna need it for the other one. I thought, why is that on the Y for one thing? Yeah, okay, that was where I wanted to use it for adjusting the character rotation, but we didn't end up using it because that was always set to 0. So it's only here that we use it now. And then I'll do camera direction Y plus adjust angle Y. All right, beautiful. We're going to be aiming like a pro. Yeah, we'll see about that. I don't know if I can trust these arrows, to be honest. They haven't been very trustworthy so far. God, making games is hard. Okay. Aim. Lock the aim. There we go. I can let go of the trigger now. Okay, where's my aiming cube? To the scene. I need this one. Oh, I'm in the wrong view. Oh, there we go. It's remembered where I was. Alright, so the middle of that cube. It's floating around as well. It's because we added noise to the camera. That's good though, because it kind of adds a bit of difficulty to aiming arrows, right? Because it means your aim's always going to be slightly moving, which is kind of what would happen with a real life thing. So that's been a happy accident, I think, by adding noise to the camera, which gives it like a handheld feel. It's kind of also added like noise to the shooting mechanics a little bit, which I think is quite nice. Just to add a bit of difficulty. I doubt I need any extra difficulty, to be honest. Oh, okay, up is the right way. The only way is up. Oh my god, that looks spot on to me. If that ain't in the middle of the cube, My name ain't Captain Corbium. That looks good to me. What is that? 0.01? Is that all it took? Alright, I think we have a very straight rare. I need to get rid of the collider on that. Otherwise it's going to register as a shootable object. Which it kind of is, but it's kind of not. No, it's only an object. Target guide. So yeah, get rid of the box collider. Yeah, eventually we'll want to turn the mesh renderer off as well, but for now, let's leave that on. Yeah, she's permanently got an arrow stuck in her arm right now, but that's... we can fix that. That's just so that she's got it ready to fire. Alright, does it look any good? I mean, I've got to believe... I mean, they're hitting the cube. Well, I don't think they're hitting it, but they're going to it, and then they just fall down. Oh my god. Better than Genshin Impact already. Where's my balloons? Shit, where are my balloons? Oh, they're over here. Yeah, I still think these balloons are going to be really difficult to shoot because I'd have to get the distance right, but if I can line the cube up with the correct distance, this will let me test if this is going to work or not. Yeah, it's still like nowhere near. It's like the... Why is she jerking around like that when I shoot? She shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's causing that actually. For it to jolt like that. Sometimes she does it, sometimes she doesn't. It depends whether I've moved recently or not, I think, while aiming. Okay, this is like... Oh, thanks for the sub, Trish. Oh, welcome back. How do people do this? I don't understand. At least this time, I actually can blame the game. I can actually say, yeah, no, it's not my aim, it's the game. It genuinely is. The game is trash. Aiming in this game is absolute trash. It's like the hardest... Why is she jerking like that? I don't know why she's jerking. We need to fix that weird jerk that she does sometimes. Right, okay, these still feel off to me. You literally stood in front of the frickin' balloon. How can you miss it? How? How is that not hit it? Yeah, I think we might need to calibrate shooting a bit more. When can we expect the Tower of Corbium released 6 years from now? I literally can't hit these balloons. I'm stood right in front of them. Maybe I should have done a sword. Should we change it to a sword user? How can I have missed them this many times? It says, right, it says how many arrows I've fired, right? Because each arrow gets its own unique ID. There you go. I've fired 105 arrows. I haven't hit it once. 105 arrows. Seriously, one of these arrows has got to hit one of these balloons eventually. Are they sort of, you know what, maybe, wait a minute. I did change the way they work. I took their rigid bodies off them because they weren't flying properly until I did. But I wonder if that stops them from colliding with things. I'm not sure about that, actually. How can I test that? Yeah, maybe these can't pop the balloons right now because I took the rigid bodies off them. I gotta shoot off and get some food. Good luck. Yeah, well, thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Thanks for the sub as well. Right, I need to know whether they can actually pop a balloon, don't I? Well, we know. Okay, here's what we can do to test that. We know they hit the aim target, right? Because that's where they're programmed to go towards. So if I put an is trigger on here, and then let's just do a script to see if it gets hit. So we'll do a new script, detect hit. Right, and where's my balloons? Because the balloons was working. You found my balloons. Balloon pop. Nah! That's just the balloon. The balloon pop. Okay, on trigger, there it is. On trigger, enter. So on trigger, enter. Now this, we don't need any of that for this one, but we'll just do a debug.log. An arrow hit me. Ouch. There we go. If we get an arrow hit me, ouch, we'll know it's working. Yeah, they are. So they are slow right now because I'm trying to tune things up. So it's only slow so that I can see where they're going, basically. But yeah, I can speed that up obviously for when it's. It's very hard when they fly fast. It's very hard for me to see what's happening and where they're going. So I'm kind of running them in slow motion just while I'm trying to figure stuff out, and then I'll speed them up when I'm confident they actually work properly, which. The moment we're not quite there yet. All right, let's see if that cube detects our arrows. Yeah, okay, I broke the arrows. So they must need the rigid body on them then for them to detect the collision, I think. The problem is when I add the rigid body, it's very difficult to control them. I thought you could just stick a collider on them. Yeah, so the problem is if I unpack this arrow, unpack completely, and I add a rigid body back onto it, where we have two arrows. So in reality, we have two arrows. So we have an arrow that's on the bow, which is this one that we see here, which stays still. So that, because that's for when she's aiming the bow. And then we have an arrow which actually shoots. And the reason for that is because if I use the shoot the arrow in the bow, it just falls down to the ground and I can't keep it in the bow. So I have to swap between two versions of the arrow, one with physics and one without. The problem is when I use physics, everything goes pear-shaped. I'll switch gravity off because that was the best result I did manage to get. Discrete was working before. Yeah, I have a bad feeling that this is what I'm going to need to do. Right, so then I'm going to need to delete this arrow. Prefab. Replace it with this arrow. Prefab. Go to my aim camera. No, it's not my M camera. It is my player info script. There we go. Arrow prefab. We'll give it that one so it knows what it's shooting. Gotcha. Just seemed to the slowness was making it harder to hit. Yeah, I don't think it's the speed. If anything, it's like if it's too fast, it can make it harder to detect collisions. Yeah, it just looks kind of strange, to be honest. It's always looked strange. Yeah, see, that's what happens when I add physics to it. To be fair, it is hitting. Yeah, an arrow hit me. Ouch. But it's like... It's like 2001 A Space Odyssey arrows. Oh, okay, that one. Okay, the first one went a bit weird. But all these new ones are actually okay. Okay. Are they all hitting the target as well? Yeah, they were all hitting the target. Woo! Are you ready? Okay, this might be fine. I don't know why the first arrow's faulty. That's kind of weird. Ugh! All right. You damn balloons! Oh no, it's doing it's what is going on? They're like, and well, yeah. To be fair, I did turn gravity off, but it's because if I turn gravity on, I have no chance of even getting to that target. In case you're wondering why they pop more than once, it's because I need to change the way that works. It's because at the moment what they do is they make themselves invisible, then they wait 2 seconds and then they destroy themselves. The reason they do that is if I destroy them immediately, I can't play the sound effect. So I need to either play the sound effect from somewhere else, or yeah, I don't know, something, or just make it so they only play it once. That's probably easier to make it so they only play it once. Okay, to be fair though, I am like I'm starting to get somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. I can't even aim that high. It does seem a bit odd that just having the collider isn't enough for it to collide. Yeah, I think so as well. I don't know why it needs a rigid body, but Unity physics, I guess. Okay, I need to make it so they only play the sound effect once because it's ruining my immersion. It's ruining the immersiveness of the game. I mean, it really is. So balloon pop. Okay. What we'll do is we'll do a private bool. Did I pop? Which is false. And we'll say if did I pop is false, then play the audio clip and set did I pop to true. There we go. That fixes that. Oh my god, this is... Right, now I've got the rigid body. I can add more force to it. Sometimes this breaks things. Remember we had 9. Let's go slow as well. Let's give it 22. That makes it go faster, but it also kind of... let's just say I've had various results, ranging from complete madness to total chaos. Where are my balloons? I know they're somewhere down off one of these cliffs. I always forget where they are. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, it's just fine tuning it though, to be fair. I mean... We got one. Alright, let's see what happens if we give it more force. Let's try 99 force. Okay, that's helping them stay more straight, I think. Oh, except that one. That one wanted to be 2001: A Space Odyssey. Yeah, I do feel like that's better though. Okay, so let's do 90 force. Let's be crazy. Let's do 300 force and see what that looks like. I think the problem is though, Z, if I just put force on its Z axis, it isn't necessarily going to where I'm aiming, because I think the way these arrows work. Yeah, so it depends on the camera angle. The other problem is I think that makes it so my other script, which is trying to move the arrows, can no longer move them because I think rigid body basically takes over. So yeah, it makes it a lot less accurate. Okay, what does 3000 look like? Wait, did I? Oh, wait a minute. I may have. Yeah, I remember making some changes to this actually. Oh, I actually deleted it. Yeah, I think it was causing that many problems. I actually deleted it. So I don't think that force is being applied actually. Um. Right, where is my firing of the arrow? There it is. New arrow. Okay, we spawn it. It was here where we did it. Transform, set parents. Okay, that's loading the new arrow. So this is the arrow that gets fired. Set parent null. Okay, so what I was doing before, we can try it again, but I didn't get good results. We need to do a rigid body, which equals that. Get components. Rigid body. And then we say rigid body dot, it was something like apply force, add force of position. What was our syntax? I don't remember what it was. I was following a tutorial. Can I find it? Unity projectiles. There we go. It was this one. Add force. Force. Add relative force. There we go. Is it possible to lock rotation on them? Well, that's what this script does. So basically, this lives on the arrow. The short answer is yes when I turn the rigid body off. But apparently I can't detect collisions when I do that, so I'm looks like I'm bloody stuck with it. But yeah, the problem is when I put the rigid body on it, it's like the physics system takes over, and because I have code that guides the arrows to the target on the arrow itself. Where is it? Yeah, it's on this self-destruct arrow code. So in here we have an auto rotate. It finds the target. It'll rotate and move the object in the direction based on a speed value. All this works great when I take the rigid body off. But yeah, apparently it's not detecting the collisions anymore. I wonder what I could maybe try. I wonder what would happen if I parented a game object with a rigid body on it to the arrow, so that its physics can't move the arrow. I think it would just go off on its own, to be honest. But we could test that. Because if my parent transform guides it to where the arrow is and it doesn't go off on its own, then we can detect the collision with the child rigid body and it won't affect the position and the movement of the arrow. But my instinct tells me that what would probably happen is they would just start separating from each other, because the physics would drive one object away from, where the transforms are of its parent. But I could be wrong. I'd have to test that. So that's something I could look into. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not too bothered about like the rotations just yet. Yeah, see, there you go. That's broken it completely. Oh wait, we're getting a null reference. Why are we getting a null reference? Okay, that's strange. I don't know why we're getting a null reference. What was the first error? Okay, let me just fix this. This floods my console, so let me just tidy that up a bit. Where is that arrow aim? Aim camera. Aiming camera. Debug log collider name. So what I'll do is I'll do a string last name, and we'll only report it if it's different from the last name. So last name and we'll say last name equals hits.collider.name. Here we'll say if get out my way. If hit.collider.name is not last name, then debug.log. Okay. So this is making it hard to see what's happening in the console. There we go. Now we only get unique objects rather than the same object a billion times. Yeah, okay, we're getting a null reference. That's so strange. Why is that happening now? Oh, okay. So the first null reference was the rigid body. Yeah, okay. That's because that's the arrow container, I think. So our arrow with the rigid body on it is actually find arrow name dot transform dot find. Yeah, okay. Arrow shoot. Because we have two arrows So we have a loaded arrow and a shooting arrow. And the rigid body is only on the shooting arrow. Okay, that should fix that. Or maybe not. Okay, what am I doing wrong? So our newly spawned arrow name. Well, actually, that's our previously loaded arrow, but whatever. Our previously loaded arrow game object dot transform dot find, which would be this one. Dot transform dot find arrow shoot. Did we? Oh, it's because we nulled the parent. Yeah.
You scan it both.
I think it's because we nulled the parents. Get components, self-destruct arrow, time fire, time since level loaded. Arrow position. Transform to find arrow name. Right, I'll try calling its reference before I null the parent and see what happens. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we've got faster arrows. But you see, that's the problem I was having before. They don't go to the target because I can't. The reason why is the only thing that controls them now is the force multiplier for the physics engine. And I have no idea how to line that up with the freaking reticle. At least the cube there will actually guide them to it. So like I say, my only other option is... No way! I just hit a balloon! I just hit the blue balloon. Yeah, okay, that shows how bad the aiming is then. Yeah. Maybe there is a way. So yeah, this is why I disabled the rigid body. So I want to put it back to what it was. I might need it back at some point though. So I'm just going to leave the code there, comment it out. Because I might be forced to use... I just don't know what I'm going to do. This is so freaking difficult. Wait, before I do that, let me just try one more thing. I'm pretty sure I already know the answer though. We could try setting mass to 0. Like basically, I just don't want Unity's physics system to get involved. See, well, this is the thing, right? So then I need it. So then I would need these to be 0. Apply no force to the arrow, because the physics, clearly Unity's physics system is just, it's too unreliable for me to aim arrows with. At least I don't know how to do it. I mean, maybe there is a way to do it, but I can't even begin to figure that out right now. Right, so if I look at my arrow with the rigid body on it, and we set mass to 0, we could set angular drag to 0. I'm just seeing, is there a way we can have a rigid body on it but not let the physics affect it? So the only other thing it's got is angular drag. Maybe that's what's causing it to spin. I have no idea. So let's set that to 0 as well. Okay, so this will be my final test. But then I think I know what happens here. Last time I tested this, what happens is the arrow just falls straight to the floor and it doesn't even move. Which means that my transform system that normally works when it doesn't have a rigid body, obviously it just can't move the object. I assume because the physics system has like priority over it or something. Hello Pika, welcome. Okay, so they do move barely. Why do they sometimes spin like that? I actually think it's kind of funny, to be honest. Okay, to be fair, that actually works a little better than I expected it to. Okay, so can we make them move straighter and faster? So then I don't even know what's happening. So does that now mean that my transform system is getting a hold of it? Let's see. Arrow. Self-destruct arrow, it's in here. I have a speed value. Okay, speed is currently set to 1. Let's try setting it to 3. Oh, it's already 3. Alright, let's try setting it to 5. See how that looks. Well, really, what I should do just to see if this is having any effect, let's go crazy, like give it a big value so we notice the difference. Isn't necessarily the value that we want, but we just want to see that something is changing. Because at this stage, I don't even know whether this thing is actually the thing that's making it move or not. I'm not sure about that. Okay. Or if it even has any effect over it. How are you, Pika? Okay, that actually doesn't look bad either. Okay, so it is okay. Hey, we might be in business now. So we've managed to get the arrows to move using our transform system. They appear to be flying straight at a decent speed. And they're also going towards the target. Okay, I think this is progress. Now we just have to make sure they can pop the balloons like the colliders are working with them. Why do I always think it's that way when it's this way? See, I can't even find my way around my own video game. That's how bad my sense of direction is. I built this fucking thing and I still can't find my way around. Alright. Die, balloons! Oh my god, that's the most... Wow, that actually... Oh my god, it feels like I'm shooting balloons. It feels like shooting. Oh my god, we're actually... This is actually pretty good. Did you see that? Did you see that? Alright, let me turn... Oh my god. Did you see that? I'm not gonna lie, that actually felt pretty good. And we haven't even done the distance thing yet, so... Oh my god, that was actually pretty good. Okay, let me turn that aiming cube off so we can immerse ourselves in the shooty shoot experience. That actually felt pretty good. But I don't want to do that now. I wanna play maximized. There we go. Play maximized. So it's on my main camera, isn't it? There it is. So let's make that invisible. We don't need a box collider on it, and we don't need the detect hit script because we know that's working. I'm doing good, just working on technical difficulties. I switched the internet to 5 gigahertz to try and fix it on my end. You having internet issues. Oh, God. Well, good luck. Hope you get it fixed. Alright, let's see that again. Holy shit. That felt like shooting. That was actually pretty good. I really wish I could get a sense of direction. First arrow! Holy shit! Second arrow! Let's come around this way. Make sure it's not a fluke. Make sure we can get them from different angles. Oh my god, we've got a shooting. We've got shooting. It's working. 4 arrows, 4 balloons, 100% accuracy, and we haven't even fine-tuned the direction of this yet. Okay, I need to experience that again because it's taken so long to get here. And that actually feels pretty good. Oh my god, wow, that's so fun. I've got to learn where they are. Okay, it's just down here. I don't know why I can't remember. Alright. Woohoo! Okay, I wasted an arrow there. Oh, hell yeah! We have shooting! We have shooting. I mean, it's not finished yet. I still want to do the distance thing because I think that would be really useful. Because if you have like if you have 2 enemies in front of you as well, right? And they kind of, I mind you, I mean it's an unlikely situation. Yeah, but I'd just like to know that we hit the correct target. If that reticle is over one specific target, yeah. I mean, like I don't know, like let's say an enemy stood next to a tree there. I don't want it to hit the tree when it should be hitting the enemy. If my target's exactly right. Plus, don't worry, as from now on, I will only be giving you Fenrir news and Global 2.4's release time when they announce them officially. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's just that that's all you ever talk about sometimes. Yeah, but I'm just kind of taking a bit of a break. I don't even know if I logged on last night at all, to be honest, yesterday at all. Okay, that feels pretty good already. Okay, we need to make the arrow invisible when we're not aiming, and then make it reappear when we are aiming. I think that's the next thing I should do. That's a pretty easy fix. Right, so I don't think, I mean, I won't get rid of it just yet, but I think we can probably ditch those force values then, it looks like. Oh my god, thank god. So we'll reference our loaded arrow. Yeah, I think if I just set it active to false and true, that should be good enough. Right, so this is... Wait, what's my reference to shoot arrow? Shoot arrow. Ah, that's the script. Okay, yeah, that's something completely different. I don't think I can hard link reference this because they're instantiated at runtime. So loaded arrow needs to be a private game object. And then on start, we can game object loaded arrow equals game object dot find. Oh, this is going to be one hell. Wait a minute, where's my script running? My script's already running on Sadie. No, this is one hell of a treat. Wait a minute, but it's always going to be there though, isn't it? I think. Okay, let's see what happens if we put it as a public. Because that would be easier. Because I think we only changed the parent of the shooting arrow. The reason I do that, by the way, is because it's where the arrow spawns is on the hand, because we have to load the arrow into the bow, and depending on where the bow is, which is moving with the hand and the character, we have to make sure we spawn it where the bow is, so it has to be a child of that. The problem is when I was shooting the arrow and it was a child of the bow, as the character then moves, it was dragging the arrow with it, because obviously it was a child of the thing, so we had to separate it out to the root in order to avoid that from happening. Let me just see what happens. Reference that. And then this is, that's firing an arrow. Okay, I'm overthinking this. I think I should just literally say, just do a separate condition for it. If aiming is true, then what did I call it? Loaded arrow set active to true, else loaded arrow set active to false. This might not work because we instantiate new versions of the arrow every time we shoot one, and I don't know whether it will be able to reference it publicly like that. Okay, for some reason did we link the wrong arrow? I'm an idiot. I linked the wrong arrow, that's why. At least we know it's working. Okay, it's the aim arrow I want to do this on. Yeah, okay, that worked. That is working straight away because you don't see the arrow now. When she's not aiming, disappears with the bow, and then we get the arrow when we're loading it. The question is, will it work on multiple shots? No. Yeah, I thought that might not work, so the arrow's still there. Because yeah, it needs referencing at runtime, and then we're getting a missing exception. Game object has been destroyed, but you're still trying to reference it. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Okay, there's no two ways about it then. There's no two ways about it. So loaded arrow equals transform dot find. Are you ready? This is going to be one hell of an amount of syntax. So we go through the hip. Okay, no, we could cheat. Okay, okay, let's be clever about this. I'll make a public reference to the bow hand and we'll drag that in because that's always going to be there. It's not going to disappear. And then we can transform our way to the arrow, which is directly on the hand. That makes more sense. So there's the bow hand, and then we can say loaded arrow equals bow hand dot transform dot find arrow position. Accidentally hit my play button. Arrow position dot transform dot find arrow dot transform dot find arrow aim dot game object. Okay, we also need to do that every time we load a new arrow. So when we instantiate, where is it? There it is. Let's instantiate new arrow. I'll do it after changing the parent. See, I don't know whether we do that. I don't know whether we new arrow. Do we change? What is new arrow? Is new arrow the arrow pack or just the arrow? I kind of need to know what that is. Well, it's the prefab. Okay, so that's the arrow pack. So we do unparent the entire arrow pack. I didn't know that we did that. I don't even know that we should do that. We should really just unparent the shoot the arrow and not the loaded arrow. Does that work? Because that would suggest that the arrow isn't always lined up in the bow after the first one is shot. Yet it is. Interesting. I don't know how that's working, to be honest. Okay, that works though. If it works, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's fine then. I'm just surprised that works. So here we want loaded arrow. This is actually going to be different now. Yeah, because it's not going to be the parent of that. It's going to be in root. So we need to reference new arrow. And new arrow will be from this point here. So we want to transform.find shoot arrow. So we can get rid of all the rest of it. So just new arrow.transform.find arrow aim.game object. Okay. That should work. Yeah, arrow's not there. All that just to make an arrow invisible. Yeah, that's another thing that she does. I don't. Yeah, I mean there are some things to fix here, definitely, but I'm not too worried. We can tidy those up later. Like she's looping her firing animation, which she shouldn't be doing, and then sometimes she's transitioning in and out of aiming with her. So her animations need cleaning up a little bit, but I can worry about that later. Right, let's go kill these balloons again, just because it feels good. And then we're gonna work on auto focusing our aim based on the object that we're aiming at. It does feel good. Oh my god, I actually finally did it. We're actually getting somewhere. It's starting to feel like a video game. Almost. A little bit. We've got a mini-map as well. I like my mini-map. My mini-map's pretty good. I got icons on the mini-map as well. And that works as like a template for my main map as well. I just haven't fleshed that out yet. I made it back just in time for you to answer your Tower Fantasy interview from Pika. No, Pika said he's I feel bad now. I feel like I've crushed Pika's spirits, you know. Right, let's see if I can shoot them from here. Oh god. I'm on the edge of that cliff, alright. God, this is quite sensitive actually. Ah, damn it, I missed. Okay. Oh, okay, it's not that good. Oh, maybe I'm not that good. Okay, this is a bit much for it. Yeah, so that's why I feel like we need the autofocus thing to work now. So it works when you're down there now, at least, which is really nice. Because it feels good, and I can see it's working. Yeah, but I think the problem from this angle and this distance is if I turn my aiming cube on, so we can see where they're actually headed. So, it's on the main camera now, isn't it? There it is. Yeah, so the problem is the aiming cube. Yeah, that's what's happening. So the aiming cube isn't extending far back enough for this shot. So the arrows are going to an object in front of these balloons. So that's why they can probably never hit those balloons because the cube's in front of them. So with this, in this case, we would need the cube to be further back. So we're already detecting the colliders through the ray tracing. Balloon puzzle. Balloon puzzle. Why is the collider called balloon puzzle though? Because the colliders are on... Oh wow, that's weird. Because balloon puzzle for some reason has a box collider on it. Okay, let me just disable that because... Yeah, okay, so it's detecting the parent instead of the child objects. I want the balloons detected individually though, otherwise this isn't going to work. So let's see if that works now. Right, where are they? I think they're on this side, aren't they? Why am I so bad at everything? Where are they? I can never find these fucking balloons. Holy shit. Right, can we just look at the map? There you go. Okay, they're west. I just need to remember that. Face west. And they're on the west edge of the cliff. Why am I so bad at directions? Okay, I made this fucking game. I can't find the balloons. So this should come back as balloon. Oh, you bastard. It's not doing it. Well, why is that? Why is it not detecting the balloon colliders? Because I need it to in order for this to work. Let's see if it works closer to it. Is it a distance thing? Okay, it must be a distance thing. Balloon 3 came up. Balloon 2 came up. Balloon came up. Yeah, it must be a distance thing. Okay, so that guy who helped me with this said ray forwards times whatever, didn't he? So if I just increase that value, that should fix it, right? Oh my god, I'm getting so confused. Where even was that? Aiming camera, I think. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we times it by 100. Let's times it by 1,000. So we don't actually use ray length now then. I mean, before I was using 5,000. Let's see what 5,000 does. Oh, we were using ray length. Yeah, because this is just the debug. We don't really care about that anymore. Okay, I know what was happening. So, okay, yeah. So what we did. I'm getting confused already. I don't think I care about that right now unless we need to debug it. Okay, I think that's what we want. I don't know what our value was before. Let's just increase that as much as we can. Yeah, I need the reticle to detect these objects, otherwise we're in trouble. West. I am west. I'm west! Ah, that west. Okay, that west. Wrong west, apparently. Okay, we can get... Okay, it was saying balloon. It doesn't seem to be very accurate, though. I hate everything. Like it did detect the balloon, but the reticle wasn't on it, and that's the concerning thing. I need this to be accurate. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I definitely saw it come up, one of the balloons. That I think it's just, but it's like nowhere near the fucking reticle when it comes up. I need, yeah, there, it's detected one of them there, but the reticle was nowhere near the fucking thing. Oh, I need accuracy. Why can nobody help me with this? Give me the debug line again. The other problem is, like, because the syntax is different, I'm concerned about that as well, right? Because in our debug, and in our array statement here, we say cam direction times ray length, and I don't know if cam direction times ray length is the same as ray length. What is it that this wants? Raycast is hit info. Well, no, hang on. Raycast is ray out raycast hit float maximum distance. So yeah, I would think so, but I'm not entirely sure. Because if my visual representation in debug is different from what is actually in my statements, like the length varies or whatever, I don't know. Like that could be a concern, right? I should have aimed at the... I need to... Let me go and find the balloons before we do this. Okay. Lock on aim. Is it blue? Yeah. So that ray is definitely going far. Maybe too far. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how far I want to be able to shoot. It's definitely going further than the balloons, though. I mean, it's hard to know if that's right or not, looking at this. My aiming cube... Okay, that's interesting. Okay, this might be why it's not working. So it's no longer lined up to the center of my aiming cube. In fact, it's fucking miles off. Now, why would that be? It must be the up and down aiming then. Yes, my aiming cube is saying that it should be much higher than it is. Yeah, and the aiming cube is still accurate. Hmm. So what if we aim it like here? Is it lined up there? Yeah, it's way off. I don't understand though. We lined that up, didn't we? So it might be what I was saying before, like those alignment values would probably need to shift depending on rotation or something. So I don't think that's going to be a good solution for lining it up, which is a pain in the ass. Okay, I can't even remember where those values were now. They've got to be on the aim camera, right? Where the hell is my aim camera? There it is. Yeah, they're on here. So here's my prediction, and I think I'm probably right. I can't rely on static values to fix this. Which sucks. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. That's what I want. There. Okay. Then I need that. Certainly not 0. So my fear is zero. If it's 0, 7, if it's between 0, 7. Oh no, 0, 6 is actually closer. Okay, I mean close enough, right? I don't have to be 100% accurate because I'm testing something. See, I would say that's pretty much lined up in the center. But here's what I think's gonna happen. Is the more I rotate around this scene, the more that's just gonna go out of alignment. So let's go back down to the balloons and check it now. And I think that's gonna be out of alignment again. Yeah, I mean you can see already that it is. I don't even need to get the character's view. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Yeah, I thought that would work, but obviously it doesn't. But why doesn't it work? Because we get our forward position now from the main camera. Okay. Yeah. Input number. Alright, I should zero those values out, I think.
Inside them.
But what I might be able to do, maybe I can calculate the direction between the main camera and the aim cube. I didn't want to do that. It's shit. I'll comment that out in case this doesn't work. So I think the way I do that is I subtract one value from the other. So I think I would say, if I say vector 3, so cam direction should be, so I could do vector 3 main cam, which should equal that right? Actually, I think it's transform position. And then vector 3 m cube new m target. And then vector 3 cam direction equals main cam minus m cube. See what that does. Why does it? I hate the way it does that. I'm asking you to focus the player, and you make it so difficult to see the player. Right, I don't even see where that is. Well, that didn't work. Maybe I'm overthinking it though. Maybe what I should be doing is, instead of shooting the ray from the aiming camera, which is a virtual camera, so God knows where that position really is. That's just it, right? Maybe maybe it's that offset that's causing the misalignment. That would make sense, actually. So instead of shooting out the ray from... Because that's what I was originally thinking, actually, when that guy was helping me. I thought, oh, we should shoot... That's what I thought. I thought we should shoot a camera forward from the main camera, because that's the way I've always done it. But then when he was like, oh, you can just shoot it from here, like, you know, and we'll use the camera direction so we know where forward is. I don't think it occurred to me then, but I think it's occurring to me now that I think what we're doing though is we're shooting it from the virtual camera's position, which has an offset. So that offset might be what's causing it to misalign. So we say cam direction is main camera transform dot forward. Then this is where I allowed camera adjustments, which I'm no longer going to do. Right, and then we say we build a new ray from the vector3 origin. We says track object dot transform position. I don't think we should do that. I think we should say camera dot main dot transform position. Shoot it from the main camera because that's where we're looking from. See what happens. Did I mute out the debug or something? Why doesn't that work? I don't understand. Because we're shooting it from the... Oh, right. Okay, I think I get it. We're shooting it from the camera to the camera, so it doesn't go anywhere. So if we shoot it from the camera... I don't want to lose this code because this... Shit. If I start changing this too much. So that did say... Let me just put that back to what it was before we go any further. So these both said track object. So let's back up this code just in case things go south, because they may well. And I don't want to forget what it was. I got way too many notepads open. I'm not going to... Okay, save it then. Back up. Aiming camera. There. So we know what that is. I mean, I don't know if this would make any difference or not. It might. Back again. Hello. Welcome back. So I think all I'm really going to be doing though, so I don't really think it will make any difference, but let's just see what happens. I'm just going to try reversing it. I can't see why that would make any difference, but I don't know. I need this to line up, otherwise I'm screwed. There is something else I could do though. Another thing I could do is I could make two parent objects of both of these things that are calculating the direction, right? So we go from like the aiming cube. Wait, is the aiming cube the new aiming cube in this? Because if it's not, track object. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think it is. So hold up. Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay, I'm gonna say let's be clear about what we're doing, so if we ever come back to this code, we know how it works. I barely know how it works now. God, I gotta get my brain in gear. Right, what's it called? New aiming cube or something, isn't it? It's off the main camera. New aim target. Okay, so let's call it new aim target so we know exactly what we're doing. New aim target. Because I think we're still using the old one, but then again, the old one doesn't exist anymore. I deleted it, so it can't be using the old one. Yeah, I deleted the old one. There's no way it's using the old one. I mean, I can check in the inspector, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, no, yeah, okay, then it was using new camera route. Yeah, which I don't think is a reliable. I don't think that's a reliable thing to use for this, because I don't know what things offsets are. It's fucking nuts. It's the stupid thing that Unity made. Yeah, so we should definitely. Okay, this makes me feel hopeful, because if we use new aim target instead, I trust that a lot more. And I think that might fix the alignment issues we're having. So let's do a public new aim target. Why did you do that to me? Stupid Visual Studio. Oh yeah, it needs to know what it is. It's a game object, like everything. How are you doing, Gregor? I'm struggling to line this thing up. So you know there's offsets that I put in. Yeah, the problem is they don't. So they line it up from one specific position, but then as soon as you start moving around, they just go more out of alignment. So I think I can't rely on like static values to line this thing up. I think if I can get it to line up out of the box from the get-go at 0, 0, then I think we're in business. I don't know if that's possible. I'm going to do everything I can to try and make that work. Okay, why does everything I do just destroy it completely? I don't understand. Why isn't that working? I don't understand. Shouldn't it be drawing a straight line from the main camera to the new aim target? Because that's what I'm trying to achieve. I want it to draw a straight line, because that should be where the reticle is. A straight line from the main camera to the aim target. So what the hell am I doing wrong? I don't understand. We say new ray, and it says a ray should be the origin. So we said use the new aim target as the origin, and then we're going in the direction of the camera forward. Okay, what the hell am I doing wrong? I'm good just working on my own game. Oh, what type of game are you making? Yeah, I don't know that this is going to be a game. This all started as me, so for the longest time I've been a huge fan of Genshin Impact, and I really wanted to make climbing mechanics, like, because I just love the idea of, like, I love climbing up cliffs and gliding off them and stuff, so I wanted to see how I could get that to work in Unity. That's how it started. But then at some point I got so frustrated trying to get the climbing working. Gliding's pretty good. I thought, let's take a break. Because I also wanted to try shooting as well. So I was like, let's see if we can get some shooting mechanics in. And here we are. Yeah, the decisions I later regret. So wait a minute. If our origin is, shouldn't we be starting from the camera? I clearly don't understand ray casting. But shouldn't we be starting from the camera if we're drawing forward from the camera? So shouldn't this be... But then we've got to tell it the direction. Yeah, so why can't... I don't understand ray tracing. Shouldn't we just be saying draw from the camera and draw it forward? Isn't it? Shouldn't it just be that simple? Or do we need a second object to figure its forward position out? I don't really understand why we needed... Like, doesn't the camera know where forward is relative to itself? It doesn't need a second object to relate to, does it? I mean, I know these Cinemachine ones did because they don't rotate, but the main camera does rotate, so I feel like the main camera should know where forward is. You need a second point, but you can get that second point starting from the camera. Okay, so what we're doing is we're setting a vector 3. Yeah, so, okay, so I think I do understand it then. So if we draw it from the main camera, and this basically makes a new vector 3 that's forward from the camera, is that right? So from that it can figure out, oh, okay, you want me to go forward. So surely this should just shoot a ray out from the camera in a forward direction. Which I think should be what I want, right? I don't know why we need to use a second object. As long as the camera knows where forward is relative to itself, I think we should be good. I don't know, let's see what happens. Yeah, I think I clearly don't understand how ray... I don't know why that doesn't work. So maybe because it's still kind of a Cinemachine camera, maybe these cameras just don't know where forward is relative to themselves. Or is there actually an issue with my syntax? Because I tried getting the second point as the aiming cube, and then I subtracted the two, because I thought you could do it that way, right? So I referenced the main cam, I referenced the aim cube, and I said the camera direction is main cam minus aim cube. And that didn't work. Or should that have been plus main cube maybe? Returns a normalized vector representing the blue axis of the transform in world space. That's another thing that always confuses me. I never know whether I should be using world or local space. It's like, oh, I never know whether that's the way I should be doing it, which way I should be doing it. Right, let's just see what code I copied from making a cozy pixel art farming game. Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds really good. Are you, I take it you're using Unity as well. So you need a second point, but you can get that second point starting from the camera. Okay, what I'm going to do, I made a little raycasty thing on a head, and that was working. That was casting a ray forward, but even I didn't write that. I just copied it and pasted it, which is why I think I'm so hazy on how this works. But it just works straight away. So let's see exactly what the syntax was for that and see if we can apply it to the camera. Where is it? Head raycast, there it is. Okay, my code for it wasn't on the object. It must be in my player info script, but we referenced that object probably as an origin point. Head raycast. Come on, seriously? Where did I put it then? I might put it on third-party controller. So for a while I was messing around with that. This thing is such a fucking mess. Okay. Is there a reference to it in here? Yes. But we call it ray origin. Okay, we call it ray origin. Okay. Okay, so when I did a ray cast from a head, I said raycast hit if physics raycast ray origin, so the object on a head, transform dot position, and then I just said comma transform dot forward out hit, and I don't know what 1f is. I imagine that's a distance or something. So can I just do that? Copy that line. Copy those two lines. I am, yes. Are you sort of tagging it for like, is it like keyboard and mouse? Or are you sort of like going for like mobile touchscreen? Or I mean, that's the good thing about Unity, I suppose, if you know it well enough, which I really hope I can get there one day. I think they probably do make it kind of easy to have multiple like inputs and platforms and stuff. I think that's one of the things they're kind of known for, isn't it? I only ever really play games on PC though with a controller, so I don't really know much outside of that. Keyboard and mouse with lots of emphasis on building out a nice looking farm. Oh, that sounds cool. Right. God, I'm getting so lost. Okay. Debug draw. I've backed up the code that worked reasonably well, but not well enough to do what I need to do, sadly. Right, so the code I used on a head. Okay, so there's our declaration for raycast hit. Is I put the origin directly here. And said transform.position. So couldn't I just say main camera.main? Am I sure that camera.main is referencing that camera though? Because like who knows with so many stupid Cinemachine cameras, maybe I should reference an object in the inspector or something so I know exactly which object it's referencing. I know that's supposed to find your main camera, but at this point, I don't trust anything. Okay, so, and then I said the direction, which you can say transform.forward. Okay, yeah, and that 1F must have been a ray length, which we say ray length. Which we set up here. Okay. But we lost our debug draw ray, so I guess we're going to need... We need to see what's happening, aren't we? So if I say transform to forwards, yeah, maybe these cameras just don't, like the transform to forward doesn't work properly with these cameras. I don't know. In which case, I don't know, maybe I should parent an empty game object to the camera and then shoot the ray from there. And if I still struggle with that, to line that up, maybe I can put a small parent object, child object, on the camera and on the aiming cube, then try and raycast between the two of them, and then at least I can sort of move both sides of that line around, right, to try and until I eventually can line it up perfectly. I don't know. At the moment, I can't even get it to do a fucking ray. Like, I just can't get one. I don't understand. Your code worked great. It's just slightly misaligned, but that slightly misaligned kind of, yeah, is too much for me to be able to work with, sadly. But I can't even get a line. What is going on? I don't get it. Because that worked for the raycast object on a head, but it doesn't seem to work with this camera. So let me try that. Let me try doing a parent object. I mean, we already have a parent object, because the thing is, new aim target is a parent of the main camera as well. And I think that's the way you did it, isn't it? Is you said... You said new aim target, you drew a line from new aim target, I think, to the camera. I don't know, I think that's what you did. And that worked. But like I said, it's not quite lined up. So what if we do a new child game object just called cam position, and we'll just leave it at 0, 0, 0 of the camera's position and do it from that. Because at this point, I just don't know what to do. I don't know. I'll try anything. It just feels so freaking hopeless sometimes. Okay, no. What I should do? Well, we'll soon know whether this is the right thing as well, won't we? If I say... Okay, cam position. Find cam position on the main camera as a game object. And draw the line from cam position forward. Just in case it's something to do with these Cinemachine cameras or something. Try an empty game object. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. I'm starting to lose my mind over this thing. Where is it? I don't think it is drawing a line, is it? No. I just, oh my god, I do not understand. What am I doing wrong? Raycast between two objects in Unity. Yeah, I tried that. It's exactly what I tried. I took the main camera's transform position and I subtracted it from, I didn't say dot normalize though. And then that's exactly what I tried to do. Mind you, that might not be what worked. Subtract to get the position difference. No, I did subtract. He subtracted. Why is he saying that? Normalization doesn't work. The direction is still fixed. It doesn't change raycast when I move the player. Can you tell me if the object stays blue for a short period of time and then immediately goes back to white? Subtract to get the position difference. Like, let's read something else. That's not making any sense to me. How can I raycast between two moving objects? I want to raycast from a moving enemy to a moving player. I don't know how to actually code to make the direction work. You and me both, mate. Currently, I haven't Unity, so treat my answer as proof of concept. Oh, this is just the garbage man who just thought he'd have a go at answering the question. I've never used Unity in my life. I don't know what a computer is. But let me have a go anyway and let me know if it works. Here you go, try this. It's like 100% correct. First try. Wow. Vector 3, direction equals player.transform. Yeah, again, this is what I did. Ah, this is driving me insane. So why is it working for everybody else and not for me? That is the question, isn't it? That is the freaking question. So maybe it's something to do, again, maybe it's back to this thing to do with local and world space. Oh my god, this is fucking driving me insane. There's my evidence that I tried it. I did direct cam direction equals main cam minus aim cube, except I didn't normalize it. It's the only difference as far as I can tell. Hold up, show me a code again. Which code? I've tried this so many times. That's what I currently have. Why can't I resize that window? Just no. Oh my god, why did they make that so thin? Here, we'll give you 1 pixel to grab. Good luck on an 8K screen. bad enough on 1080p. Christ, Microsoft, give us something to grab. Anyway, raging at Microsoft now. It's not even Microsoft's fault. Everything's Microsoft's fault. I blame them for everything. Yeah, so basically, explain what you're trying to achieve. You have a raycast and you want it to point somewhere else. Okay, so the code you helped me get is 99% good. But for some reason, it's slightly out of alignment. So I don't know if you remember, but we stuck an angle adjust on it, right? So I could like line it up. The problem is when I line those values up, they go drastically out of alignment as I'm moving around. So yeah, I can line them up for one specific position, but then they'll be like drastically out of line for another position. So I can't rely on hard-coded numbers to calibrate this thing. So I'm trying to do what you did, but I want to try different objects. I feel like the issue is just the object that we're casting the ray from and to. So how about this? Well, actually, maybe I could ask ChatGPT rather than bother you, because I know you're trying to do your own thing. Okay, here's what would be great then, right? Is if I do a public game object and a public game object, and I say ray from, ray to, and then if you can help me get a ray between those two objects, then I can just play with those objects and see if I can get it to work, can I? But at the moment, I'm struggling to even do that. But I don't know why, because I'm using the same code everybody else is, as far as I can tell. And I'm trying to line it up to the box. Yeah, so I'm trying to line it up. Okay, I'd have to get my backup back up. This was my backup of it. Let me put that back in so you can see it. You'll see why in a second. Okay, this is why. So the rays detecting are supposed to be detecting colliders on objects, right? So when I go and shoot these balloons, right, you should see in the console, these balloons will be detected when I'm down here in aim mode. There we go, balloon 1. Okay, for some reason that one didn't. Yeah, because it's out of alignment. Balloon 2, especially when I aim up or down, it's like way out of that. Balloon 3. So that's what should be happening. It should be detecting the balloons. So it works when you're that close. The problem is if I want to aim at the balloons from this cliff top, okay, I hold my reticle over the balloons and it's only picking up the terrain, and it'll pick up the balloons when it's nowhere near the balloons. So I'm like, okay, why is that happening? And then I found out why, and it's because if I disable my script so it stays in aiming mode, okay, and we look at our debug ray line, there it is. Where's my aiming cube? Aim camera, where? No, it's on main camera. There it is. Yeah, that ray's like drastically out of alignment with the cube. I mean, ignore the fact that the cube's not far enough to the balloons. Because what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to move this cube. The idea is I'm going to move this cube, because this is where all the arrows go, just behind an object that this raycast hits. So yeah, that line should be in the middle of the cube. And the thing is, if I go back to like a normal aim, it pretty much will be. But obviously there's a discrepancy there. And if I tweak these XY values to line it up, they're just drastically out in another aiming direction. So I feel like there's obviously some issue with where the ray's casting from and to. And I need a way to calibrate it, basically. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I want it in the middle of the box because that's where the middle of my reticle is for aiming, right? And then what I'm going to do, the idea is I'm going to move the cube, like distance between the player and the cube, hopefully, to just behind the target, so that if there's an enemy in front of you on the right and there's an enemy way further back on the left, when you hit the enemy on the left, the auto cube aims and says, okay, we're aiming far away. And then when you move over to the right and the ray hits the enemy on the right who's closer, the cube jumps up to him and says, okay, so we're only shooting this far. The idea is I'm hoping it will like help auto aim the arrows to where they need to go, basically. So public game object aim cube, put it on the top of your script and add the aiming cube. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, if it's okay with you, just because, like I said, I have a feeling I'm going to need to calibrate it. So what I'll do is if I can just put ray from, I know I'm being a pain, but this should allow me to do anything, you see. That's why I'd like to do it this way. And what I'll do, right? Yeah, for now I'll go, should I put, but if I can link different objects, because then I can make new child objects and maybe shrink them down and then maybe move them and rotate them and see how, you know, see if there's a way to calibrate this goddamn ray if it's out of whack. That's what I'm hoping. So if am I doing the ray from the cube or the ray to the cube? Then replace cam direction in your raycast with aim cube dot transform dot position to the cube from the camera. So if we do ray from, for now, ray from camera, ray to cube. Okay. And it's on my aiming camera, which is, where are you? Okay, so ray from main camera to, is that what you said, or the other way around? To the cube. Yeah, to the cube. Where's my cube? New aim target. There's the cube. Okay, so if we go from camera to cube, right, and I should be saying from camera to cube. So I should be saying ray from, right? Ray from transform position. And then what do I put in cam direction? Just ray 2. Is that right? Place cam direction to aim cube dot transform position. Yeah, aim so ray 2. Transform. Will times ray length mess it up? Do you think? Yeah, because we don't care about the length. Well, maybe we do. It shouldn't, but let's find out. All right. Yeah, I mean, because that's how I understood it to work, right? Is you basically just going, like, it's like a from to thing, isn't it? Like, you give it 2 sets of coordinates and it draws a line. Yeah, I cannot get it to freaking do it for me. All right, let's see what happens. Which is why I wanted to leave it vague and just let me put any 2 objects I want in there. Because once I get it to draw a successful line, then I can experiment with different objects, right, and see if I can, without having to rewrite code all the time that I don't understand. Well, I do understand it, but for some reason it just won't work for me. Yeah, so it's not working again there. So should I take the times length out and see what happens? Yeah. But then I'm going to want to know, how do I change the length? Do you know what I mean? Because the ray's going to need to be able to detect targets quite far away. But one thing at a time, I guess. Yeah, I don't get it. It just doesn't want to work for me. I don't understand. Yeah, the length is equal to whatever the length is between your cube and camera to start with. Where's the cube? Yeah, the cube's just invisible right now, but it's here. Where are you? Aim cube. It's on the main camera. New aim target. Mesh renderer. There we go. Yeah, I just have the mesh renderer turned off. But yeah, I don't know what is going on, as usual. Because you got it to work. Your code worked, which is more than what mine does. But yeah, what I should have done is I should have gone back to your code, I think, and then maybe just changed it from aim cube to like a child of aim cube that's maybe smaller, and then that way I can move. That's my first idea, is to, because I don't want to move the aim cube, because the aim cube's a pretty good representation of what I'm aiming at. Could I put the code? Looks like it's working. I can't see the line. Is there a blue line here on top of this white one? Because my eyesight's pretty bad. Just a minute, see if I can. Because I don't see the debug line anywhere. Yeah, I don't see a line there. Yeah. So I think that was like one of the white lines. Okay, paste the code. Yeah, so I think we need this, don't we? Ray from the transform. I don't know how much you need. Cam direction. I mean, I guess I can just give you. There's a lot of crap on here. Yeah, that was the player rotation, so you won't need that one. So it's just from here to here is all my raycast shite. I want a new one. I've got to use this for ages. Create new paste. Alright, so we have a paste. I really do think it's something to do with, unless it's local position. What if it's local position? Oh my god, you know what? I think it might be because they're child and parent to each other, right? And at the moment, the aim cube is 15Z spaces away from its parent, which is essentially forward, right? But that's in local space, right? So am I crazy for thinking we should be using local space. What if we said like transform.local position to transform local position? Wouldn't that essentially make it go forward? Should I try it? Just see what happens. Nothing. What is this thing's problem? Why did your code work originally then? Your original code is here in this text. I haven't gotten rid of it because I had a feeling. There it is. So your code worked and you said it's in comments though, so it's not actually live. I think that, yeah, I think you said vector3 cam direction equals camera.main.transform forward. Then I added some angle adjustments which just didn't help. They just, yeah, I think they cause more of a problem because you can line it up for, you know, for one specific angle, but then it's just going to make it even more misaligned in a different angle. The only other thing I could think of that I could do is if I can't get anything better to work, would be to write a bunch of coordinates down and what the adjustment angle should be for each coordinate, and then maybe ask like ChatGPT or see if there's like some algorithm I can come up with that figures out what the correction should be. But that sounds like a can of worms, so I feel like, yeah, I feel like it's probably better to just try and get the ray lined up. Do you know what I mean? Like from an origin destination kind of thing, rather than try and come up with mathematical formulas that I wouldn't even know where to start. So if we use your original codes, what if we use your original code, it's not quite lined up, but maybe I could change one of those objects that it references, because what were we referencing in this? The track object, which was the new aim. No, it wasn't the new aim cube. Okay, right, I think I know why. Okay, here's what's weird. This is really weird, actually. Ah, and this throws everything in the garbage. Okay. Now that I think about it, this wasn't the aim cube. I think it was player camera root. Now, player camera root is the bane of my life, because when I parented the aim cube to it, it went out of alignment. With your ray, it's sending that out of alignment. So I'm trying my best to avoid using player camera root because it's just not reliable. It has too much offset or something. But yeah, thinking about it, I'm pretty sure, well, we can test that real quick because I've put public things in, haven't I? If I say ray from, but why is that? It's just such a mystery, isn't it? So local position didn't help, so let's take that back to position. And let's tell it to go from player camera route, which I really don't want to do. Because I know that thing just just misaligns everything. I hate this thing. I wish I never used it, I really do. Maybe I should just scrap it and just build my own controller and camera system. Because at this rate, I feel like I'd be better off. Right, what the hell am I doing? I'm losing my mind. Right, player aim camera. Ray from main camera. See, the way you did it was, I think you did from root to camera, didn't you? Or maybe you didn't. I have a feeling this will work. But why? That's the question. Like, why? But it'll be misaligned in places, so that's why it's like not reliable. Okay. Actually, surprisingly, that didn't work. Oh, I'm not in aim mode. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. Did I not do aim mode before? Okay, now I have a... I have a line that shoots up to the sky. Yeah, so I'm an idiot because I forgot to go into aim mode before. So let me actually try local position. Local position. Because I think I forgot to go into aim mode to test it. And then we were trying to do from main camera to aiming cube. Aim targets. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that I have to go into aiming mode to activate it. I gotta be careful about that. There we go. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. I think I might have forgotten to do that. Okay, that's weird though, because yeah, now it's doing what it was doing last night with ChatGPT. It's just constantly pointing probably to 0, 0, 0. But is that my local? That's my local transform, that's why. So I suppose it probably would, wouldn't it? So what about position, position? I can't believe I forgot to go into aiming mode. And now it's pointing up to the sky again. What the hell is happening? Okay, so then... I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why is it pointing up at the sky? The fuck is it even pointing at? I should turn my aim cube back on because it's confusing me being off. Why can I never find this freaking thing? Oh, it's because it's already active and I just need to turn the mesh renderer on. So I'm not looking for an active. I'm looking for an active. It's on main camera. There it is. You stupid boy. Mesh renderer on. There we go. Transform position to ray 2 transform position. And that points to the sky. going from God, why can I never find going from main camera to aim camera? Yeah, that is kind of bizarre. But didn't I make a new thing that said camera position? I thought I made a new... I probably did, but I probably deleted it. An object at 0, 0, 0 of the main camera. Let's link that. So we could go from camera position to aim target. I can't see why that would change anything, but it's worth a quick test, I guess. Okay, that does the same thing. But wait. Now I'm curious. If we grab that object... What the fuck is that? Okay. What axis are we in right now? World or local? That's not it. How do I... I forgot how to do this. How do I change axis? This one. Is it that one? Ah, it's that one. Global, I think. I don't know. Oh, would you look at that? So even if you rotate its child object, it doesn't rotate the ray. This project is cursed. You got it working? Oh my god. He's some kind of god. Some kind of godlike. Why would that be the case? I just don't understand. This is like, this breaks all. Oh wait, oh, you know what else I just noticed? So when you move it to the cube, it pretty much points straight up. But it has more of an angle on it the further away it gets from the cube, I think. Which is weird. Yeah, I think it does. I think the further away from the cube it gets, the more of an angle it gets on it. I don't know what's going on there. Give me 2 seconds to comment it. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Thank you, by the way. Did you see what happened there, though? So what I did is I made an object at 0, 0, 0 and called it cam position. And then I've got my aiming cube, right? And I did ray from cam position to aiming cube. It does the same thing if I do main camera to aiming cube, and it points a line up to the sky. So I started moving the cam child around position, and it won't let me rotate it. Well, it rotates it, but it doesn't rotate the ray. The ray's always pointing in the same place, and that's the same thing that kind of happens when I try to go forward from the camera as well. It just points at 0, 0, 0. It's like it's gotta be something. I don't know. I feel like it's gotta have something to do with these stupid Cinemachine cameras. It's gotta be something to do with that. I hate these Cinemachine cameras with all my life. Are you also getting the same behavior? When I move the camera, the raycast is then off. Let me see if I can fix it. Thanks, man. I appreciate your help with this. I really do. So do you think it's a Cinemachine thing? It's got to be, right? It's got to be something to do with the Cinemachine system that, like, it must work on its own. I don't know. It feels like it almost like bypasses the normal coordinates or something. I don't know. No, because I'm using a default camera. Oh, really? I'm glad you said that, because honestly, I've been so close to deleting these goddamn cameras, convinced it was the Cinemachine cameras causing this. Two. Which one was the camera route? Camera position? From or to? From. We change from to local position. I just want to see what it does. That's even stranger though, that it does it with a normal camera as well. Can I ask what the need is for having the cube? If you just need aiming, then you really don't need the cube. If you can give me a way, the cube is because no matter what I try, so ideally what I'd like to do is like raycast from the middle of the screen or the middle of the reticle, which are basically the same thing, you know, and get like a screen to world thing. I've tried it like I've tried tutorial videos, I've tried articles. Again, it's like it's a similar thing that's happening. It's like there's a discrepancy between this setup and what you would normally expect to see, and I don't know where that's coming from. I thought it was the Cinemachine cameras, but you're making it sound like it isn't. So I'll take anything I can get. So yeah, if you know of a way that I can, you know, make sure the arrows go to the reticle, then yeah, I'm all for it. But everything I've tried has just blown up in my face. So this is the best I've been able to get so far. Is the cube guides the arrows because it's in real world space, and I had to ditch the physics system pretty much. Like, I've got a rigid body on it, but I took all the mass off and disabled gravity, and I have a script which transforms those arrows to their destination, because that's the only way I can get them to anything close to where I'm supposed to be shooting. But I am new to this, so I might just be going about this all the wrong way. I don't know. So yeah, the cube is really just kind of my way of trying to work around not being able to do a screen to world point thing, because everything I've tried with ChatGPT, tutorials, what I've seen online, it just blows up my face. It just doesn't give me anything anywhere near where I'm, you know, aiming at, basically. Just raycast, and then if it hits something, fire the arrows at that point. Well, no, because I won't. The problem with that is I want to be able to fire arrows if I miss. Do you know what I mean? So let's say I was aiming at this tree. I want to see an arrow miss. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, yeah, otherwise it feels like shooting doesn't work unless you're perfectly lined up on a target. But if you think about it, even that, because even the raycast, that's the problem. The raycast is off, right? So like these balloons, right? From the balloons from the top of the cliff, I can't raycast because the raycast's out of line. So I can't even really do that. If you miss, then fire at the end of the raycast instead. Like, yeah, if I could do that, but the problem is I can't even, like, this is what I'm trying to fix right now. The raycast is off. So do you remember when I showed you the balloons where the ray is? When I'm aiming at these balloons from up here, the ray is like, it's nowhere near that reticle. So like the first thing I'm going to need to do is make sure that raycast is in the middle of that reticle. And that's exactly what I'm trying to achieve. But it just seems the best we were able to do was from player camera root to main camera, I think it was. And then that sort of goes out of alignment pretty easily. So is there a way to, like I say, if we could just transform forward. So we got main camera, ray length, main camera transform forward, ray length, color blue. Yeah, I swear I've tried this like 44 times, but we can try it again. Let's see. Maybe I just got something slightly wrong. We've got this backed up anyway. Start at the position of the camera and then set the direction to the way the camera is facing. Wait, what did I copy? We should have started with public game object, main camera. Oh, there it is, yeah. This is your camera that actually rotates. Yeah, so that's currently my, well, that's currently my ray from, right? That's what I've been using. But okay, so public game object main camera. Gonna need that up here. Looks like I already declared ray length up there, but that's fine. I can get rid of that one. Length of the ray. Debug.draw. Main camera transform. Okay. Why is that now saying ray does not exist in the current context? Okay. Shit. I need... Shit. Okay, I just need that line with ray in it, so that goes away. Okay, that's what we had before. That'll do, just to put something in there. There we go, just to make that go away. Okay, so I'll link the main camera. But yeah, that's exactly what I've been using. So, and I've tried forward. I just don't get why it won't do it. Shit. Okay, so main camera. This one that actually rotates. Okay. I use a reference you already have. I haven't told it to fire the where only draw a debug line. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm honestly happy. Honestly, right? This is, to be fair, I am fine-tuning and tweaking. I can shoot those balloons pretty nicely if I'm stood in front of them. Like, you know, decently close. But what I love about bow and arrows in these games is, you know, taking that risky, really distant shot, and that's where my game's failing because it's just not accurate enough. But that's the thing. I feel like I can be accurate. Yeah, totally. I'm kind of on the same page as you. That's why I'm trying to get like the ray tracing thing set up. Ray casting rather, is because if I can get ray casting. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything here. I swear it's something to do with this main camera. But our main camera does rotate, as you can see. I'm not seeing a ray. I mean, if you're curious about the way I've got this set up as well, I haven't done anything special. Like, literally, if you drop the player armature into the scene and you just select third person follow, that's pretty much how it's set up. Oh, wait, I'm doing it again. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I forgot to aim again. I forgot to aim again. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think you got it. Didn't I try that like 100 times? What was I doing wrong? It's right in the middle of the cube. How did you do that? Thank you so much. Oh my god, I swear I tried that. What did you do differently? Main camera, transform position. I swear I did that. I know I did that. I know I did that. I swear I did that like 10 times because I was like, why won't it work? Unless I was being an idiot and forgetting to aim again. I didn't use the cube. Yeah, I haven't always used the cube. I've tried loads of different things. Yeah, I haven't always used the cube. I only started trying to use the cube because I couldn't get a forward to come out of the camera. I just couldn't do it. It looks like you've managed to do it. I think that's pretty much spot on as well, isn't it? There's no way to draw. There's no way to draw that line. Well, we'll know because if in game mode, look, if I aim down at those balloons, they should register now. And if they register then, oh my god, we're in business. I'm so happy. Where are these balloons? I always lose them. There they are. Right. So what I want to see is where it says terrain now in the bottom left. I don't know if is the oh, you know what, the cube doesn't go out far enough. Oh, it doesn't matter, the ray should. Wait. I might need to make that invisible so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let me just make sure about this. Yeah, it just said balloon. Okay, I think we're good. So get rid of that cube. We're not getting rid of it, but we're making it invisible. Because I think I still need the cube, to be honest, for the arrows, to guide the arrows. And I don't really care. Like, that's the thing. I don't really care if the arrows actually hit the colliders or not. Because I could always just say, look, if the player's hovering over the target and they press fire, you know, we'll just say it hit, right? And then there you go. Like, I'm happy to do stuff like that, if need be. But to be fair, I think I can fine-tune this now. I've got this right. Maybe you need to set your array to use the same variables as the debug line. Yeah, oh god, yeah. Thanks. Oh shit, yeah. Like right now to test it, you mean? Yeah, good point. Good point. Okay, okay, let me not delete anything yet, just in case. But yeah, I think I can get rid of that camera position now. Oh, my brain's having one of those moments. Right, where is the aim cube? It's that one. New aim target. Mesh renderer. Off. Okay, code. Main camera dot transform dot position. Main camera dot transform forward times ray length. Yeah, so that should be it then, shouldn't it? What? What did I do? I need to delete the empty lines, didn't I? Hold on. Balloon baby! Balloon baby! Ah, yes! At last we have an accurate reticle. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. Amazing. Ah, this is what I needed. Thank you so much. My work here is done. Oh, you've saved my life. I swear though, like it's one of those strange things, like looking at your code, like it's not like I don't see where I went wrong, do you know what I mean? Unless the only thing I think of is sometimes I do these weird things, right, where I'm an idiot and I'm like, I'm testing one thing, but I'm doing something else wrong. Like when I forgot to aim, and I wonder how long was I forgetting to aim to test it? Because it may well be that I had, because I swear I tried things like that, but then I wonder, well, did I maybe forget to aim and think it wasn't working? And then that's why I ended up going, you know what I mean? Like that sounds like something I would do, to be honest. Oh, anyway, we got it. That's the main thing. I'm so happy. Yeah, this isn't going to be accurate enough now. Yeah, the reason I think it won't hit those balloons from here. I know you. I think you think I should go about this a different way, but we'll see. Yeah, there we go. So I think the reason it's not hitting those balloons from here, no matter how accurate I am, is because the cube's in front of the balloons, right? So the cube needs to be moved back. So I still think, I mean, we could test this now, actually. But I still think what I want to achieve next is basically that cube's going to move just behind the object with the collider that's detected, so that it basically tells the arrows how far they're supposed to travel. And I don't know, I feel like I should get some pretty accurate results then, but we'll see, I guess. I could test it now without even writing the code because I could just move that object manually. So let's set the aim cube. See if I'm right. Because if I'm wrong, then it's probably not worth all the effort, is it? If it's still not going to work for us. Where are you, aim cube? I'm literally on you right now. Okay. So now I have to try and figure out what distance it wants to be. So it wants to be further, 16. As being again, I have to be right. Okay, lock the aim. Lock the aim. Okay, aim mode is now locked. Go back to the aim cube. And another reason why I'd like to get it working this way is because I don't know if you've ever played Genshin Impact, but what's fun about Genshin Impact is if you press fire and your reticle's hovering over a moving object, because they have puzzles like this, right? And this is where I had to learn, like, you have to shoot where the target's gonna be, because if you shoot on the target and then the target rotates, by the time your arrow gets there it misses. So it's like an extra layer to the puzzle where you're like, okay, so I have to shoot ahead of the balloon just before the balloon gets there, and then by the time my arrow gets there, it will hit the balloon. And I find that like a really fun shooting mechanic, right? Because it's like you're not just worrying about your aim, you're trying to worry about the timing of the arrows and stuff. And I feel like I can achieve that. I might be wrong, but I feel like I can achieve that. Just get this cube in the right place. Could be wrong. But it's great when like you pull it off because you're like, oh wow, yeah, okay, so I'm shooting too early, or I'm shooting on, you know, I need to aim ahead of where it's about to be. It's super fun watching it all come together. Where are you, aim cube? Why can I never find anything in this hierarchy? I swear to God. Right, close. Sadie's got a million things open. That's probably why. Yeah, there we go. That helps. My brain can't handle that much information all at once. Is that coming closer or further away? Definitely further away. Is that behind the balloons? Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I can test it. So for example, if I'm aiming at these balloons, I might set it to 25Z local. I need to enable the script again. Okay. All right, let's see if I'm right. Can we hit these balloons now? Time it right. I told you! My system's pretty good. I just needed this last bit to tweak it. What did I tell you? I told you! This is all I needed. I just needed the distance thing to be interactive. I'm not there yet because it still doesn't auto detect the, like, you know, it doesn't reposition. But I manually position this and I get exactly the effect. There you go. Every shot hit directly. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yes! That is so cool. Okay, so as a point of reference, maybe I need to figure something out then. I need to know, because it does need to go just behind the balloon. Mind you, that shouldn't be that hard, right? Oh, maybe it is. Right, let me think about this. If I'm using local Z to set the distance, then I need to do some kind of calculation, don't I? To say, okay, how far away is this object from the player? And from that, I should be able to figure out what distance the cube needs to be at. But a quick and dirty fix, what I was going to do is I was just going to say... I don't think that'll work though, because now I'm confusing world space coordinates with local coordinates. Originally, I was just going to basically teleport the cube to the object. I can't do that. I need to only affect one of its axes. I think, yeah, I think I really do need to be playing with the local Z axis. Does ray casting tell me how far away the object is? Yeah, there is a way to do that. I know there is distance. There is a ray distance thing. I wonder if I can work it out from distance. Get the distance of the object hit and move the cube to that distance. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, let's see. So let's see. How do I get the distance? So at the moment I'm saying hit collider.name plus, let's put a comma in there. Can I do hit.collider.distance? No, hit.distance. Ooh, okay. So hit dot distance. Okay, well I'm not sure if it's going to be that straightforward yet. I feel like there might be. Let's find out. I forgot what my Z thing was for that shot, but let's just figure something out. But yeah, there should be a simple formula I can do. If not, that figures out the distance it should be at. I need to make my cube visible so I can see it. No, 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 no. Oh man, that shooting feels so good. So I just need this last bit to work now, and that's it. I'm there. It's gonna be so good. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh man, I can't believe it. It's so good. And thinking about it, really, I only started this yesterday, the shooting part of it. So I suppose achieving that in 2 days probably isn't that bad considering I've done it before. You have helped so much though, and I appreciate that. I don't know how much longer I would have been stuck on that for. Okay, right, let's have a look. Yeah, we can get rid of cam position now, can't we? So new aim target. Right, so tell me the distance of the balloons. 20. Yeah, so let's see if it's that simple. If it's that simple, then we're in business. I suppose maybe it will be, won't it? Oh my god, you're right, it's that easy. I think it might be. Okay, maybe we add a little bit to it because I think it was a little bit further back than that. I think it was about 22. We could say distance plus like 10% or something. I don't know. Yeah, actually, well, some of these balloons are further away as well. And obviously it depends where they are in the rotation, right? Because during their rotation, they'll change distance. Yeah. 18. Yeah, they range from like 18 to 22. Yeah, 20 seems good for 18. Maybe I just add 2 distance then. Adding 2 distance sounds reasonable. Let's see how that goes. All right. So what we want to do is we've got our aiming cube. We can say aiming cube. Well, first we need a vector 3. Let's do a vector 3. 3. I already tried to do this, but it obviously didn't work. Yeah, I tried to do this, but it didn't work. Let's see, what did I do wrong? Well, first of all, I need local position. Yeah, so originally I said hit.collider. Right, I don't need that. What I need is vector 3, new position, and it's Z we want. So we want aiming cube, transform, local position dot x, aiming cube, transform, local position dot y. And then we're setting the distance plus 2. So we want hit dot distance plus 2. Okay. And then we can just say aiming cube transform position equals new position. All right. Let's see if it works. Get the distance of the object hit and move the cube to that distance. Oh yeah, I already read that, didn't I? Yeah, I added 2 to it just because I feel like it needs a bit of a buffer. I think that should work. I didn't think it'd be that simple. I didn't think distance would line up, but yeah, I suppose it's local coordinates. Oh, you know what I think I got wrong? I think I said transform rather than local transform. Yeah, we lost our aiming cube. That's my fault. I said transform rather than local position. Okay, that's what I did wrong. Also, turn that mesh renderer back on so we can see it. Oh man, this is gonna be so good. It's starting to feel like a video game now. It's crazy. Crazy. Okay, yeah, look at that. It just snapped to the balloon. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Yes. It's so good. Oh, that's so good. That really is actually surprisingly good. Wow. And I'm actually using like real colliders and collisions there as well. Like I didn't cheat. Because I thought I might be cheating at some point. I thought, okay, I might just like say I hit something if I didn't really hit something. But no, I mean, that's not really the physics. I disabled the physics and I'm using my own transforms, but that feels pretty good. In fact, it feels so good. Have you got your coding to work? What do you think, Peaks? What do you think? You tell me. Let me give you a demonstration. Right, now what I want to do is figure out how much time the player should get. What we should do is we should put the interaction. I think that's a good place to test this with. So put one there. And then we'll put one there. I think that all of these need to come up a little bit as well. They're a little bit low down. There we go. So we'll put the puzzle interaction. I just want to test the feel of it first though. We'll put the, yeah, we could make this puzzle interacting thing. Activate this. Okay, and then we need like a timer. Oh, I need to turn that, yeah, let's turn that off so we actually get the full feel. Oh yeah, that's the balloon. I wonder what was going on. There, what rotate the balloons. Where is my aim target? There it is. All right, let's go. So what I want to do is figure out how long should the player get to pop all these balloons. Okay, I missed. To be fair, I knew I screwed that up when I shot it. I was like, okay, I was too early with that one. Oh, these are... why are these ones messing up? Oh, maybe they're just sinking too much. Oh, there we go. This is so fun. But wait till you put the pressure on and the timer. Okay, here's what I need to do. Here's what I need to do. Give me a stopwatch. Google. I need to do the puzzle and then figure out how long it took me. So I know how long to give the player. Because if I can do it in that time, then anyone can. Well, you've always said that Tower Fantasy gives you not a lot of time to complete stages, so maybe higher than Tower Fantasy. To be honest, I'll be completely honest. I feel like I hate timers in video games. But at the same time, I know that that's just me being grumpy. And I know that I actually really does add, like, you know, challenge and whatnot to it. We could also, let's make this a bit more interesting. Rotate this one a little bit like that. And rotate this one a little bit like that. All right. At the ready. There we go. All right, at the ready. Go. All right, let's find out how long this takes me. Ah. 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 Oh my god, I'm actually really bad at my own game. It sounds about right. I can maybe speed these arrows up as well. Maybe they're a little bit too slow. Yeah, I feel like they should be a little bit quicker. I can tweak things later though. Oh, the aims are quite sensitive as well. Yeah, we can also move, of course, to get these. Okay. This is actually kind of tricky, you know. Yes. Okay, now we've only got 4 left. Okay. 3. 2. 1. That took me, ooh, 1. Oh, that's interesting. 1 minute and 8 seconds. So part of me wants to say, now I know I could do that quicker, so maybe I should set it at a minute. But then another part of me thinks, oh, maybe I should like make it easy for people. I think 1 minute will be fun. 1 minute will be fine. All right, so Balloon Challenge 1. All right, where's my little thing? Do I have a collider on it? I need a collider on it. New. Box collider will do, I guess. Whoa, why is that so big? It's so big! It's a big one, eh? It's a big boy. Okay, we can shrink it a little bit more. That'll do. How many arrow types will you have in the game? I don't know, just 1 for now. I don't know yet. This is the first time I've done anything like this, so I'm actually kind of surprised at how nicely that works. Yeah, let me speed the arrows up a little bit though. 16. Let's see what a 16 speed arrow feels like. So they do feel like they could have been a bit faster. Okay. Yeah, okay, I won't do the interactable part of it yet, because that's a pain in the butt. I'll just make it so that when the challenge activates, we get some UI and a timer and stuff for now. So I'll call this script Start Challenge. Go on. All right, and we'll do a public challenge name, a public string. A public float challenge time. Public int reward coins. Yeah, that'll probably do for now. I mean, what I might want to do, actually, I think I will do this. Do a public audio clip, and we can have some music. Actually, let's make it audio source, and then I can just set it in there, can't I? Audio source, because I feel like this one should be like, you know, like it should be like kind of like whimsical kind of tune. That'll do for now. You can flesh it out more if you want. So in this particular challenge, we will call this challenge Pop Those Suckers. We'll give 60 seconds, and we'll reward with 500 coins, for example. Music! Indeed. Yeah, I'll just put whimsical music. I don't care if it's copyright free or not, because it's only for my own thing. Oh no, too serious, way too serious. I said whimsical. Give me something whimsical. I don't want like 64 hours of it. I just want like, you know, one song. Whimsical music song. All the time it's always like, here's my 50,000 hours of music. There we go. That's great. That's perfect. That's perfect. That'll do. Just to set the mood. Alright, download that. Enemies are next, Peak. Alright, we're not just going to be shooting arrows at balloons. The balloons were there just to test my shooting mechanics. We're going to have enemies next that shoot you. Alright. Oh, we're going full on Genshin Impact clone here. All I have to do is make it a gacha game. I'll be a bloody millionaire. Okay, funny and whimsical music. That's already going in my assets. That sounds good to me. Go, 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 go. Beautiful. Errors during import. Yeah, that's probably because it hasn't finished downloading yet. Unity, hold your horses, alright? We're trying to get the track to you, alright? Calm down. Alright, show me the challenge name. We're looking at you backwards. I got so much terrain. I don't get any space to actually say anything. Okay, show me the game view then. For now, I'll just make it like that. Oh, I need to expand its aging moves. All right, so we'll come up, we'll show you the challenge name, and then we'll have a timer. It's just underneath it. Center it. Oh, it's because challenge name's not centered. Okay, I see. How are we looking now? Maybe make the time different color. That's the outline. All right, so on the start. We'll say private integer remaining seconds. Okay, and on start, we want to set remaining seconds to challenge time. Now, it might want me to convert that because we're going from a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, where would you use seconds? We're not going to want fractions of seconds, are we? Keep things simple for now. And eventually I'll convert this into minute and seconds and all that crap, but for now I'm just going to keep it simple. Okay, so remaining seconds. Also, we want to set... Okay, so we've got a text object, so let's do public. Now we need unit UI. A public text component, which we will call txt chow. It's called txt name. And a public text component txt time. Right, beautiful. Link those now before I forget. Name. Time. Okay, on start we'll also change the txt name dot text to the challenge name, and we'll even update the seconds to the challenge time. String. Okay, we will need a private integer. Actually, we'll need a private float. Time started, which we will inherit in start. We'll say time started equals time since level load. And in update, we will say okay, do we want to do this as a okay, we said remaining seconds. Okay, so remaining seconds equals no, okay. Elapsed equals time since level load minus time started. If yeah, okay, it's got an issue with that. I thought it might, because one's a float. That one's the float. Okay, so we can do shit. system dot convert dot to integer 32. Why doesn't it like that? Cannot implicitly convert float to int. I thought you could though, you piece of shit. I thought that was what convert was for. Must be a way to do it. I fucking hate it when it does that. It's already a float, you idiot. You convert it to a string. What? He's converted it to a string so he can convert it into an integer. Can you even do that? I know I've done this before. Don't you wind me up, Unity. Or is it parse float.parse? It might be float.parse actually. Oh, come on. Why are you making this so fucking difficult? Unity, convert time since level load to integer. Come on. I can't be the only person who want to do this. I just don't, I can't be bothered with like, I mean, I could do it all in float values and then neaten it up and it was just, sounds like a pain in the ass. Surely I can do it just with this one value. And why, like, Google just isn't giving me anything close to what I'm actually asking for. Okay, good old ChatGPT might know because it's this sounds like a generalized thing. How can I convert time since level load a float into an integer in Unity? Math.round to integer. Really? I don't think I've ever used that before. Could have swore I'd done it at a different time. Okay, so we can, there we go, we can use math. Okay. See if he's right. So we want int elapsed. Yep, it's happy. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we've got, so we didn't even need, to be fair, we didn't even need that now. So we've got elapsed there, and then I want to say if remaining seconds is greater than -1, hang on, I'm going about this ass first. Right. So we've got an elapsed. Right. What am I doing here? I'm saying remaining seconds equals remaining seconds. No, it's not. It equals challenge time minus elapsed. And then if remaining seconds is greater than 1, we want to update text time dot text equals remaining seconds. String. Okay. Else this dot game object, for now, let's destroy. Well, I don't know about destroy. We could just we'll just set it to active false. This dot game object set active. I mean, we won't want to do that. We want to say failed. Imagine I could do an on disable. Challenge failed. But for now, that'll do. Also, we should have a audio source. Okay, so we never used time started. Yeah, we did. It's just saying we didn't. Yeah, also, that's not true, right? Elapsed is time since level load minus time started. That's also a float, isn't it? There we go. And then also on start, we want to say music. Well, no, we won't need to do that actually, because if we set an audio clip and just say play on enable, it'll do it itself. Okay, funny whimsical music. It failed to import because it hadn't finished downloading it. That's why. Why are you being such a Unity? It still says error importing. Why? Okay, I don't know why that is. Let's just save it and come back into it and see if that stops it being naughty. Yeah, there is one little problem with my aiming system, which I just realized. And that is, like for this balloon challenge, for example, if you aim your bow ahead of the balloon, but you don't hit the ray doesn't hit its collider, you're just basically lining your shot up, waiting for that balloon, then you shoot it. Because the ray hasn't hit the collider, the correct distance won't have been set for the aim, which is a little bit naughty. Because it means the only way to get it to work is to hover over the balloon first and then guide your shot ahead of the balloon, which I don't think you should have to do. I think that shows that my system is flawed. But what I can do to fix that, which I might do, is make like a child collider, make an object which has a child collider, which basically sets up the distance for the reticle. So what that will be is it will be a collider that the system hits and figures out what distance it needs to aim at, but it's quite a lot bigger than the object. So basically, as soon as the reticle comes near an object, that collider says, okay, you'd better aim at this distance because, you know, there's a balloon just over here. So basically, give the balloon a bigger object around it. That collider sets the aim distance. So if you're aiming your shot, waiting for the balloon, it hits that collider, focuses the shot, and then by the time you shoot, you should hit the balloon. Because if you think about it, because of the arrow speeds and everything else, you will hit fire before the raycast hits the balloon, and therefore the target won't have the correct distance set. So yeah, I might do that. I might make sure that everything has a parent, a child collider, which is bigger than the object itself, that just kind of tells my system, okay, you know, the player's close to an object here at this distance, so we should aim our reticle at this distance. But that won't count as a hit, because that's, you know, that would miss the object. But the collider is enough to get the distance set in sort of lieu of the shot, if that makes sense. I think that'll fix the problem, just to give them like a sort of margin around them that says, okay, I'm at this distance, so you'd better adjust your aim for the player. But for now, I'm just going to leave it as it is. Okay, let's see what happens when we activate our balloon challenge, shall we? Is there not a sneaky little thing I can do to activate it? So I want to be in maximized mode to do it for maximum immersion. Challenge test for now. I'll just save input, get key codes, space. Challenge test, set active, true. Is in parentheses. Okay. Make sure I link it. All right, moment of truth. So in the game, we'll interact with the statue to start the challenge. But for now, I just press the space bar because I haven't set that up yet. All right, will it work? Oh, space is my object spawner, isn't it? Oops. Also, I think it activated and then immediately deactivated itself. I just need to disable a runtime spawner then. Oh, I didn't set the challenge time, that's why. I set it to 0. That would be why. Oh yeah, also I was putting music in, wasn't I? Oh, yeah, no, I'm being an idiot. Okay, yeah, I'm being an idiot. I don't need to do that at all. I just need to add an audio source, don't I? It's because originally I was going to play it through the code, but then I don't need to do that, so just do an audio. wish I could type. It's helpful. Play on awake, volume. I don't know what sort of volume it wants to be at. Play maximized, give it a save. Alright, let's test this sucker. Yeah, I wonder why it closed itself straight away, but we gave it 0 seconds of challenge time. No one's that good. I want to see whether I can actually do it or not within the time. Alright, here we go. Pressure's on. Okay. Ooh. I almost fell off the cliff there. Music might be a bit loud. I'm so bad at this! Why is the aim so sensitive? Ah. 13 seconds. 10. I missed! 7. 5. Oh my god, I suck! Wait, how many? Didn't I? Oh, of course, you know. Oh yeah, no, I did it. I did it just in time. What I haven't done is I haven't made it recognize when all the balloons are popped yet. So there's no win or fail state. But I think I did it. So I need to, let's do a win or fail state. That would be funny. Oh god. Okay, so what I'll do is a public integer objectives remain. Okay, so what this one is 12, isn't it? 12 balloons to pop. So we set that to 12. Then in our code we can say, right, the balloons will update the objectives counter because they need to report when they've been popped. So then in here I have 2. I guess I'll need to do them as coroutines, I would think. Okay. It's genuinely starting to feel like a video game. It's nuts. Okay. I'm going to put the void close challenge. Because win or lose, we're going to want to close the challenge. Now, at the moment, we don't have a coin system or anything, but we will reward the player. We don't need to worry about that right now. There is not else here. Well, yeah, else. Okay, that would be a lose game because we ran out of time. So we would start coroutine. Lose game. If objectives remain is 0, then start coroutine. Win game. Okay, So lose game, we'll just say, okay, we gotta do this. This is gonna be fun. Give me lose jingle, or like sad jingle. We need like a wah wah wah. So, sad jingle. It's way too long. I just want like a. Okay, what about lose sound effects? We can change these at any point. That's fine. It's kind of exactly what I was thinking of, actually. Okay, lose sound effect. Go up. Ah, you spelled that wrong. Win sound effects. What have we got? Oh my god, it's like Microsoft Windows. No thanks. Yeah, that's way too Rocket League for me. Victory?
Victory.
Hell no. Can I have something better? It's fucking Final Fantasy. So far, that is probably the best one, though. Stage win. Super Mario. I don't want to steal Super Mario's. Epic win. It's Final Fantasy again. Victory. Is that the only victory music anyone knows? Fucking seriously. Final Fantasy. It's boring, but you know what? At least it's mine. What is now? Yoink. Yoink is now. Okay. Win sound effects. Yeah. I'm going to make this easy on myself. I'm just going to make a game object called literally win sound effect and an object called lose sound effect. And put them in there. Because I'm lazy. I don't know that I need to, but I will reset these as well when we close, just in case I want to repeat. Repeatable challenge. I don't know whether they'll be repeatable or not yet. But if they are repeatable, then we'd need to do that to reset it. Alright, so win game, we play our sound effects. We say TXT name.text equals you win. Success, you win. I'll lose game, we'll say. Challenge failed. Seconds. Just really rub it in. And then close the challenge. I think that's all we need to do. I guess I'll also clear timer text on both conditions. I think that's good. It should now recognize a win and a fail. Also, I felt like that music was a little bit too loud. Okay. All right, let's go again. I was thinking, where are the balloons? And then I realized, oh, wait a minute, I haven't actually activated it yet. We could do like effects as well when these balloons burst. Make them like explode or something, put some particle effects in them. This is fine for now. The music's still really loud. I'm gonna fail on purpose. Yeah, on purpose. Oh, I'm too good, I can't fail this. I gotta fix the animation. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think I should. Okay, I should stop the music, win or lose at that moment. So I am gonna need to audio source. Stop. That's working pretty good. Still too, music's still too loud though. Which I've got my TV turned up really loud. But even in comparison to the rest of the sound effects and stuff. Let's try 0.2. Oh, it's so nice to have something I can actually play as well. Right. Okay, let's win this time. Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm actually good at my own game. Missed that one. Oh, I missed that one. Ooh. See, my shooting's pretty good. I think this is totally fine. I can still tweak it a bit more if I want. Oh no! I didn't actually. Son of a bitch. I didn't actually mean to fail that one. I actually thought I was just gonna make it. I think that's the perfect amount of time though, because like, yeah, it's like. Okay, when we try to restart it, it just says challenge failed. Why is that? Oh, you know what? I still didn't. You know what I forgot to do? On the balloon pop, I forgot to update the challenge. Okay, so we need a. Private start challenge. Start challenge. I always forget that it does that for you. So start challenge equals, let's see, we are a balloon. So we have two parents. Shit. I wonder if get component in parent will work across two like grandparents. Let's find out. Okay, so if I am popped, I want to update start challenge dot objectives remain equals start challenge objectives remain -1. I guess in order to reset that though, I'm going to need a total objectives. And so I don't get confused, I'll make that a private. Oh yeah, I can't, can I? That's true. Yeah, because that needs access to it. Otherwise, if I fail, I can't reset it. And make sure we set time started. We change remaining seconds. Yeah, I feel like that doesn't explain why it... I still feel like that won't let me restart it, but I don't know why. I don't see anything wrong with it though. Let's try it. I feel like okay, all the code I just updated was actually what would have happened is I couldn't actually hit the win condition because I hadn't reported on the balloons being popped to the main challenge system. But now I've done that. But that doesn't explain why it thought like it wouldn't let me restart after losing. Interesting. I want to fail on purpose though. And ironically, I'm actually getting better at this. Okay, I'm actually getting too good at this. I need to fail this one. I need to fail. Yeah, 1 minute is perfect for that. Absolutely perfect. Right, I don't understand. I knew it would do that as well. Why is it saying that it failed? Let me just have a look at this. Oh, that's why. That's why. I know why. That's why. Okay. I made it in a start rather than on enable, so it wouldn't have been called a second time. Alright. I think we got this now. I'm too good at this. I actually missed that one. Holy shit, I haven't even finished aiming. Fuck are you shooting at, girl? What do you mean? What do you mean, Charge Fin? Who made this? It's too hard. Ah! This game is stupid. I hate this game. Oh my god, it's so grindy. Who wants to play this? I mean, oh shit, yeah, the balloons. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The balloons need to come back if I fail. Okay, reset balloons. Oh my god. I imagine I'm setting them as inactive then, aren't I? So how many balloons do we have? 12. What are you doing? See, this is what goes into making a Genshin Impact event. And I wish this time was spent building the actual main game. Okay, that reactivates all of the objects. I still don't really know why it played the wah 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 when it reactivated. Because I told it to deactivate those. Oh, that's why. Okay, that explains that. Okay, let's try that. It's so fun! It's not fun when it's Genshin Impact, but it's fun when it's mine. God, I'm so good at this. There was... There was one balloon left though! Shit. Okay, let me see that again. What happened? Either a balloon reported that it had been popped twice. Oh yeah, you know what? That can happen because I said only play the sound if the sound hadn't been played again. Yeah, okay, that's to be fair, so that can actually happen. Did I pop equals false? Then we play the sound effect for the pop. Yeah, this is the only condition that can't be repeated. It's because of the way I was lazy. The way I handled the destruction of the balloons isn't really adequate. Optimal. Okay, that should fix that. God damn it, this game has so many problems. Now this stuff I like, it's easy for me. I'm good at all this stuff. I mean, to be fair, I think my shooting mechanics are actually pretty good. I mean, they work. They're fucking working. I still can't actually believe that. Because, like, last night, it just felt like I was never going to get there. Yeah, look at this. It's pretty damn... It's pretty damn good. I mean, it might not be quite Genshin level, but for my first ever shooting mechanic, I think this is pretty damn good. Yeah, and I've already thought of a way to improve it as well. Okay, I'll let it fail me. And then we'll retry it. Why? Okay, what is going on? Did I destroy the buttons? I turned the mesh renderers off, didn't I? Fine. God, I forgot I did that. Such a pain in the ass. See, when you take a shortcut in one place, it means you're doing more work further down the line. It's a problem for future you. This is the future me who's now dealing with this problem. Okay, so actually that's not how this works at all. We need a mesh renderer. We actually need two. And then same again. I better check my code though, just in case, because they might also deactivate themselves. I can't remember. It was only yesterday as well, but like my brain's been so fried by all this freaking ray casting, rotation, world to screen speed. Oh my god, all this crazy ass maths that I don't fully understand. Self-terminate. Yeah, they do. Okay, so I also do need to set them active to true. That's fine. And then that'll set the object to true as well. Right, can I see anything wrong? I really can't. This is what it's like though. It's always like this, where like I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, there can't be anything I'm missing now. I've got everything. I'm sure I've got everything. And you go back and it's like, oh shit, I forgot this. And round we go. I'm still enjoying this though. Like I'm still kind of, yeah, I'm pleased with the results. I really am. So it's kind of nice. God damn it, Blue Balloon! Where's your problem with me? Don't you know who I am? I made you! Your whole existence is all because of me. Do not betray your god. Of course I meant to fail, because we always fail the first time, right? I'm getting better at failing on purpose. Okay. There you go, it's reset itself perfectly now. Wait. Oh, don't... Why didn't that pop? Why am I falling off the cliff? No! Why is it not popping? Why did the sound effects stop working the second time around? Oh, that one's popped. Why did the other one... Okay, the first few didn't pop. Well, you know what I think it is? I think it's the ones that popped before. Oh, yeah, of course. Because we told them. Oh, Jesus, Lord Christ. We told them to only pop once. See, all because of a lazy shortcut that I took, right? One lazy shortcut has cascaded into problem after problem after problem after problem. Okay, so we could put in on enable on the balloon itself. We just need to say, did I pop equals false? Did I pop equals false as it's enabled? That should fix it. And then it'll be allowed to pop again. No more shortcuts. Because oh my god, it just creates so much work down the line. Yeah, I knew I was being naughty when I did that shortcut as well, but I just thought, it'll do for now. Why am I falling? Don't fall off the cliff. I do want to fail the first one though, so I'm not going to get that one. Yeah, and then I like the fact that the balloon taunts you at the end as well. It's just like Genshin. Alright, you'd better pop this time. Good. Alright, now I'm convinced it's perfectly reset. I said that last time. We haven't seen a successful win yet though, so there's still things that can go wrong, don't worry. Shit. Got 4 left. It's gonna be a close one. 3. Come on. Oh, I've got it. It's a bit lackluster, the ding, but it said success you win, so it's obviously working. There you go, my first balloon challenge. I started doing a flying challenge as well with the speed rings, and as you can see there's a chest down there. It doesn't do anything yet, but it will. I'll be able to open those. And I'm going to put those all around the island. It's like, there's no difference between this and Genshin now, right? This is, and look, you got gliding. You got shooting. You've got balloons. I mean, what more could you want? It's pretty. You got a mini map. It's pretty much Genshin Impact now. There's literally no difference between the two. Okay, I might need to fix that. That's kind of hideous. Yeah. I am jealous of their camera system. Their camera's really nice. It's not as good as mine. I mean, it's better than mine. It's not as good as mine. Whee! My gliding's better though, because there's no stamina bar. And okay, part of the reason for that is because I'm lazy and I haven't made one yet. But another part of it is I don't even know if I want one. I think I prefer not having a stamina bar. This island is freaking huge as well. Like, I could put so much stuff on this. It's so big. Ooh! That is beautiful beach. It's a beautiful ocean. Swimming as well. I wanna get swimming working. I want you to be able to swim. It's just a really nice template. I could do anything here. I could do boats. I could have a boat. Do boat races. Yeah, I need to figure out how to fix that as well. You can see through the terrain sometimes. I want to fix that. It's quite a hard thing to fix though. I've tried my best to fix it, but yeah. It's just there's a very small camera position you can get that to happen in, and it shouldn't happen at all. I try to zoom in and up, even though it looks a little bit pervy, to avoid that, but sadly it still happens. Alright, I think I will leave it there. But next up, enemies, I think. I'm gonna create snipers that shoot at you. So imagine all these like dodgy little hills, right? There's gonna be like snipers up on there. They're gonna be like shooting at you. And you're gonna have a health bar. So that'll make things interesting. And then the next thing after that is probably... So those snipers are going to pretty much just stand still. They might sort of walk left and right. So I'm going to start basic, right? I need to figure out one step at a time. And then after I've done snipers that just kind of maybe follow you left and right and shoot at you, I'll move on to like full-on enemy AI. And have like an enemy on a beach here, for example, who comes running at you and attacks you and has some attack sequences and stuff. And maybe at that stage I'll think about giving her extra skills, like an E skill. So yeah, all exciting stuff. It's definitely coming together. Definitely. I think it looks good. And like, Jesus, like how long have I been working on this thing? Like, it's only been a few days, I think. It's been less than a week. Pretty sure. So yeah, I think I should be reasonably happy. It's looking good. Looking good. Right, I'm going to leave it there and I will catch you in the next one. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Captain Copium. That is, bye.